In 2021, IEA's PIRLS program.
Sanbonani, Dimachironi, Khotsong, Dumelang Khuyemore. The minister has just passed here. You've seen her, she's ready. We're getting the minister and the deputy minister. Time is of essence if you are part of the global event. So we have to be on time. So thank you very much for coming. Deputy Minister and the Minister will be coming in anytime. My name is Dr Mhaule. I'm one of the employees of the Department of Basic Education. Thank you very much for coming to join us in this important event. Let's welcome the Deputy Minister and the Minister of Basic Education as they enter the hall or the auditorium. Good morning, Deputy Minister and Minister. Thank you very much and welcome. I now want you to join me in welcoming our Deputy Minister, Dr. Reginah Mhaule, the Honorable Member of the National Assembly. Let's welcome the Deputy Minister.
I'm waiting for the last person to sit down. The DG has taken his seat now. Thank you very much. And thank you for setting all your time aside for you to be in this very important meeting for the sector. Minister Motshekga, welcome to this meeting. I know it's your meeting, but let me officially welcome you and tell all these people that the minister is in the house. The DG, Director General of the Department of Basic Education, is in the house. The CEO of NECT. I want to make all this protocol so that I may not mention everybody, but those that I will mention, and if I have not mentioned you, know that I've mentioned you in the spirit. I'm using the paper that they prepared for me, and I believe that they've indicated everyone that is here so that we have all the acknowledgements and the protocols so that when we speak, we just acknowledge our minister and say, a DG, then and protocol observed, as pronounced by the Deputy Minister. I said we have the CEO of NECT, we have Professor Sihule, the Dean in the Faculty of Education, University of Pretoria. We have the CEO of Funda Wande, Nangamso Mtsatse. We have the Head of Partnerships and Business Developments for the British Council in Southern Africa, Joanne Newton. We have the former Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town and former CEO of Human Science Research Council is attending virtually, Crane Sodin. We have members of the Portfolio Committee. They might not be here in physical, but some will be attending virtually. We have all our MECs attending virtually because they could not leave provinces and come here as there's so many competing priorities. Representatives from teacher unions, the South African Teachers Union, SATU, the South Afrikaanse Onderwyser Unie, SAO, National Professional Teachers Organization of South Africa, NAPTOSA. We also have representatives from UNICEF, Umalusi Quality Council, JET Education Services, Molteno Institute, Nexia, SABNT, representatives from Tshwane University of Technology, University of Johannesburg, University of Pretoria, Australian Council for Educational Research, researchers from all over the country. If you are a researcher from all over the country, some are here, some have joined virtually. Provincial Education Departments, officials from the departments, the National Basic Education officials, they are also here, and many other stakeholders that have interest in the matter that is going to be discussed today. I believe that all of us have registered, so you are all officially welcomed to this meeting. I have recognized most of you, not all of you, most of you, because I know that there might be those that I might have omitted. You are welcomed with love from the Department of Basic Education. I don't want to waste time. Can you please join me as we welcome the Minister of Basic Education? Can we stand up in respect of our Minister and encourage her with hands as she comes to the podium?
No, thank you very much. Thank you. No, thank you very much, DM. Let me also acknowledge all the esteemed guests that are here, and thank you very much for making the time to join us. It's a very important day for us as a sector. Also members of the media that are here, but also our other invited guests that agreed to join us virtually. So ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests gathered here in Pretoria and joining us online, I really wish to warmly welcome you to this critical seminar focused on understanding reading literacy trends. It is indeed an honor and privilege to address all of you today. Today we are privileged to acquire vital information on how learners comprehend text and apply essential comprehension skills across various reading materials. The progress in international reading literacy, which is PIRLS, will present key findings highlighting achievement data and grades 4 and 6 trends. And these findings will be accompanied by an initial insight on reading literacy from early learning national assessments in grade 1 in our national systemic evaluation studies in grade 3. These distinct yet complementary assessment programs do provide us with a comprehensive overview and purposeful measure of reading literacy outcomes. Enhancing learners' ability to read for meaning is a top priority for this administration. It's aligned to the presidential mandate and the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals of our country, as it forms a critical and a crucial cornerstone of government's education mandate. We carry the mandate of providing quality education to all learners in the country, starting from early childhood development up to secondary education. And our primary objective is to ensure that every learner has access to high standards education that caters for their needs, regardless of their social economic background. And as a sector, we remain steadfast in fulfilling this critical mandate, ensuring that all our learners in South Africa have access to quality education that equips them for success in their personal and professional lives. In light of this context, today we do receive the PIRLS 2021 results, and our previous participation in other international assessments like TIMSS and SACMEC, which is a regional assessment body, did show that we are a system on the rise before the impact of COVID-19. So over the decades, we've made considerable strides in expanding access to schooling, including early childhood development and grade R. Additionally, primary and secondary school completion rates have steadily increased, allowing us to address the educational injustices stemming from our very sad apartheid history. However, as we entered the early 200s, and when nearly all 7 to 15-year-old children were enrolled at school, we became acutely aware that the quality of learning and teaching remained alarmingly low and unequal. Our participation in the PIRLS assessment in 2006 revealed particular challenges. A significant number of our children were reaching grade 5 without acquiring adequate reading comprehension skills. This issue was further confirmed by other international studies on learner achievements such as TIMSS and SACMEC, which shed light on the disconcertingly low and unequal learning outcomes within our education system. So between 2009 and 2012, various reforms were implemented to address the challenges in South Africa's education system, and these efforts have yielded positive results. The DBE workbook program has revolutionized the availability of educational material in our classrooms. At the same time, the introduction of curriculum and assessment policy statements has brought much needed clarity and received widespread acceptance across the sector. Additionally, the implementation of the annual national assessments between 2011 and 2014 had also emphasized the importance of learning outcomes in primary schools and strengthening accountability. So the ongoing expansion of grade R program has significantly increased educational participation among 5 to 6-year-olds over the past two decades. So experts recognize that the reforms that have contributed to South Africa's improved performance in international studies such as PIRLS and TIMSS. It should be noted South Africa is only one of the 3 African countries participating along Morocco and Egypt, which is what I always explain, Prof, to say when they say we're at the bottom of the barrel, let's say, last time we were the only 2 countries that participated. So I said to them, I'm not sure where the barrel ends actually, but we don't have 44 countries in the world. So PIRLS represents for us the first also international large-scale assessment report results after successfully collecting data during COVID-19 pandemic, which assessed almost over 400,000 students across 57 countries. And as a developing country, South Africa participates in PIRLS and TIMSS with an understanding that these tests establish a global standard for reading comprehension that as a developing country was still on a journey on reaching these international benchmarks. The improvements in learning measured in primary school grades and early secondary school grades has had a knock-on effect on our other results, especially on our matric results, where we have seen more and more candidates reaching grade 12 and passing the National Senior Certificate. So a comprehensive education spanning 12 years foster resilience and evidence from a systemic evaluation study indicates incremental improvement in learner performance from the foundation phase to the senior phase. So our education system is indeed fragile in this regard, and as learners have not yet benefited from the many years of schooling, and this fragility has been exacerbated by the global interruptions caused by COVID-19 pandemic. So the response of South Africa's education system to COVID-19 pandemics was complex and challenging. Because even before the pandemic, the education system faced significant historical challenges such as poverty, inequality, and inadequate infrastructure. And the pandemic further amplified these difficulties, resulting in significant disruptions to education and prolonged school closures. To mitigate the spread of the virus, the South African government implemented extended school closures, leading to considerable disruptions in education and a loss of learning opportunities, particularly in the foundation phase. And to address these challenges of school closures, the government introduced remote learning programs, including online classes, educational television broadcasts, and printed material. However, these programs face significant hurdles due to access to technology and internet connectivity in various parts of the country. And due to these unprecedented disruptions caused by the pandemic, as much as 60% of teaching time was lost in certain grades in 2020, and up to 50% was lost in 2021. And these extended periods of loss of instructional time were particularly critical for children in early grades and those attending preschool, as they coincide with a crucial stage of their developmental journey. And it is important to know that the timing of PIRLS assessment in late 2021, almost 2 years of disruptions and before the return to regular schedules, presented a significant challenge. It occurred before the implementation of the Comprehensive Learning Recovery Plan. The Land Bank has argued that a profound pre-COVID learning crisis already existed, for instance, in our country, with learning poverty, which was estimated at 57% before COVID, and in the middle income countries by 2019. So post-COVID, this figure surged from 57% to 70% in low and middle income countries, and even higher at 86% in the sub-Saharan Africa. So we have also, I think we'll speak to the different interventions that we have put in place, which we thought we'll share also with our colleagues here and esteemed guests and professors and researchers, so that indeed, as a team, we find a way of pulling together. Because while previous PIRLS studies highlight our reading challenges, we lacked concrete evidence regarding the most effective interventions. However, we believe that we have gained valuable insight through rigorous evaluation conducted across various provinces. In 2019, based on the department's early grade reading study findings, the President announced the rollout of a support package for teachers, including reading materials in African languages and more targeted forms of teacher professional development. Subsequently, in the same year, we developed an integrated sector reading plan after extensive consultation with provinces, teacher unions, and other stakeholders. And this plan aimed to guide provinces in implementing their own reading programs and cover 10 comprehensive reading areas. And these included, amongst others, system capacity, teacher professional support, development of learning materials, cross-curricular reading, partnerships, parental involvement, advocacy, and monitoring and evaluation. Unfortunately, the implementation of these plans was also significantly impacted by the arrival of COVID-19. We also made sure that we provide additional teacher material, and as part also of the Presidential Youth Initiative, more than 16,000 reading champions were appointed to support school reading practices. Additionally, A course was offered through the University of Johannesburg to equip subject advisors and reading specialists with the skills to provide coaching and reading instructions in African languages to teachers. And we all will agree the importance of reading. That is crucial to remind ourselves about the importance of reading and devote most of our attention to enhancing our learners' ability to read for meaning. Because indeed, reading for meaning or reading comprehension is a skill of understanding and interpreting the text. It plays a fundamental role in academic and personal access, with research highlighting the particular importance of developing strong reading comprehension skills by the age of 10 for different reasons, indeed for academic success, lifelong learning, career opportunities, and critical thinking. So in summary, reading for meaning is a vital skill that should be nurtured quite early. That by the age of 10, children should be able to comprehend various types of text, both fiction and non-fiction, while utilizing critical thinking skills to interpret the information presented. So today's seminar for us is very important. It will help us to delve deeper into the intricacies of reading and equipping our teachers with appropriate strategies to effectively teach reading for meaning. And we don't underestimate the complexity of the exercise. We accept that reading is a complex process that requires the development of decoding skills, vocabulary, fluency, comprehension, as well as utilization of learning strategies to derive meaning from text. However, in our South African schools, reading instructions often solely focuses on oral performance, which is what people always ask me to say, Minister, you mean our kids stay with you for 4 years? They can't just read and combine sentences and say Peter has gone to town. Is that so difficult that you can't teach in 3 years? And I think it's because we've been focusing, and I think our understanding as people is that reading really is around oral performance, neglecting reading comprehension, and making sense of the written word. And that's what also has been our mission to try, because we want parents to be involved. They also have to understand that it's not about oral performance, that they can punctuate, they know their comma, they know exclamations, they can pronounce properly, but it goes much more deeper. And they need to understand what is that deeper, what is this depth that we're talking about. And that's a big exercise that even our teachers also have to be sensitized about what is it that we say we have a challenge with. And this approach hinders learners' ability to answer passages in assessment like PIRLS. While pronunciation, accuracy, and fluency are important, they hold no value without comprehension. So recognizing the global emphasis on reading comprehension, we do participate in PIRLS because people, my counterparts in the continent ask me, why do you torture yourself? I mean, I'm from the World Education Forum, and most ministers will not dare get into these exercises because they can be career limiting. I mean, how do you have a minister, kids staying in the system for 4 years, they can't read? So which means you can't do your work. So they ask me, why do you torture yourself with these matters? And the answer is always that we really participate in these exercises and collaborate with organized labor to develop a national systemic evaluation program. We're not competing with anybody, we're competing with ourselves and really learning from the exercises. Not that we want to be a Russia today or a Singapore. We know it's going to be a journey for us, but we are prepared to embark on that journey, and we're willing to be courageous enough to face our shortcomings, but also the challenges before us. So we believe that we have to move beyond sounds and decoding of words, and we have, as I say, a revised plan, which I don't want to take you through them, because again, after COVID, we've had to go back and say, with all the reading losses, but also with the lessons gained from COVID, what are the things we do differently? What are the things that we really have to still do to claw back on losses, but also what are the positive things that we have gained from COVID, which we have to build on? So we believe that significant work remains. We are finalizing our revised national reading plan to address the gaps in our approach, and hence for us, the importance of this seminar and also really the importance of your presence, and highly appreciate your support in this program. And our plan will ensure further provision of minimum learning teaching support material package, especially designed to support reading. The material will be cultural and age appropriate, including resources like alphabet freezes, posters, flashcards, big books, and most importantly, decoded, graded reading books developed in various African languages to facilitate children's reading acquisition. And the plan we've agreed will expand the implementation of more direct and targeted teacher training and support, emphasizing the effective use of provided materials. And the primary focus will be on home language literacy, as children need to learn to read in a language they understand. However, the plan will also support English as a first additional language and prepare learners for challenging transition to English as a language of learning, which typically occurs in schools. And the speechwriters also left out our agreement on promoting African languages also as languages of learning, and making sure that they are also given all the support, building on the research work that was done in the Eastern Cape, to make sure that indeed the majority of our children have the opportunity to learn in the language of their choice. So, Program Director, I don't really want to go into details about the plan. I think DG will go into it, but I really want to thank you most sincerely for coming here and looking forward to your engagement and ongoing support, so that this is not only an event, Prof. Sehole, for us. It's going to be a partnership that we work together as a country to pull ourselves out of this quagmire that we find ourselves. I said to the President to say, COVID has really thrown us down the ditch. We can say whatever, but we really feel the pressure of being down the ditch, and therefore we'll need all hands to pull the system out of the ditch that we found ourselves out of COVID, from COVID. But fortunately, there are also lessons that we really come out from COVID with, amongst others, and more important is partnership. I mean, I look at our colleagues from unions, because we were all scared of COVID, we huddled each other warmly just to protect ourselves from COVID, and it's to build on those partnerships that we have built during this period and make sure that we pull our system out of, I think, the ditch that COVID threw us under. But, Chair, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you very much for attending and sharing your perspectives on the matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Menana teaches, we have a challenge. The mic has to be moved up. I did not acknowledge the presence of Professor Amanda from NATU, and also the members of the media. I see so many cameras in education. In basic education, you only have one camera. And thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate. We're not hiding anything. This is us, and our South Africans who are proud. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker obtained the PhD from the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg in December 2002. He has served in several international research projects focusing on higher education and focusing on higher education and providing expertise from the South African and African perspective. In 2013 to 2017, he served as the chairperson of the board of the African Network for Internationalization of Education, ANI, and he is currently serving on its board. He currently serves as the chairperson of the Education Deans Forum of South Africa, and he is the Dean of the Faculty of Education at the University of Pretoria. Can you Can we join hands or hands together as we welcome Professor Chika Sihule to come and address us?
Program Director, Deputy Minister Dr Makgabo Reginah Mhaule, Minister Angie, Director General Mhaule Matanzima, CEOs of education entities present here, teacher unions, senior officials, and other dignitaries present here. Thank you for the opportunity to be addressing you this morning on some aspects of PIRLS, but also our relationship with the Department of Basic Education. It is an honor for us as the University of Pretoria and Faculty of Education to be part of this important seminar on reading literacy. Our being here is an expression and a result of the partnership which the University of Pretoria and the Faculty of Education in particular has with the DBE in the delivery of education in this country. One of the major expressions of the partnership is in the training and delivery of pre-service teachers and the continuous professional development of teachers. The support of the basic education, of the Department of Basic Education, especially in the funding of our students through the Funza Lushaka bursary, is duly acknowledged and appreciated. Our partnership in the recruitment of students through the district development program, especially in the Mpumalanga and Limpopo provinces, is one of the pillars that advances our strategic goal to grant access to disadvantaged students to the University of Pretoria. We do not only grant them access, but we support them to ensure that they leave the university with qualifications to go back to their districts to serve their communities. Through this partnership, we tackle the triple challenges of youth unemployment, poverty, and student debt at universities. We also contribute to university sustainability by recruiting funded students. Before I go to the PIRLS, Minister, let me just brag about what this partnership has delivered. Last week, Thursday, we concluded our autumn graduation season that happened over the past 3 weeks. During this season, the Faculty of Education delivered 1,747 degrees and certificates, which were conferred on candidates across 4 graduation sessions. This included 21 PhDs, 49 masters, 399 honors, 927 undergraduate BA degrees, 25 PG DIP for TVET lecturer managers, 190 PGCEs graduates, and 112 higher certificate qualifications, and 24 advanced diplomas. This is yet a further evidence of the immense role that the
What is interesting about PIRLS 2021, especially in the South African context, is that
the opportunity of having partnered with the DBE since 2006 until now in conducting this study on behalf of the department. PIRLS 2021 is the 4th iteration of this study since its inception. As we all know, the PIRLS project focuses on the achievement and reading experiences of children in grade 4 and 6. It gives us an important information on the state of literacy in our country in comparison to international standards. The participation of South Africa in this study since 2006 speaks volumes about the openness of the DBE and the country in terms of approach to understanding where we stand as a nation, learning from the results, and building on the knowledge to improve the performance of our education system. As the Minister indicated, being one of the 3 countries on the African continent to participate in this study also attests to our ability to organize and coordinates such large-scale studies at international levels and upholding those standards. The University of Pretoria, through the Center for Evaluation and Assessment, has consistently worked hard to ensure that data that is collected, that data is collected accurately across the country. PIRLS 2021 was challenging in the context of COVID, both logistically and from the analytical point of view. It is, however, particularly important to mention that the COVID-19 pandemic did not deter the team from the task at hand. The Center for Evaluation and Assessment has to be commended for being able to pull off a study of this size under such challenging conditions. This study remains beneficial and serves as most reliable source of evidence of monitoring and benchmarking performance. For future planning, PIRLS already points to important changes in education landscapes worldwide, with an increase in the use of digital resources. It begs the question how we can plan nationally representative samples of testing if international studies like PIRLS go exclusively digital. UP is thankful that the DB allowed space for the study to be undertaken, while at the same time doing its own verification of results so that any doubts about the reliability and accuracy of PIRLS is above board. The professional space that was created by both sides, which allowed each other space to present today's results, attests to the good relationship between the two organizations. We hope that this good relationship will strengthen collaborations in future PIRLS studies. Let me also indicate that shortly, an academic book about the 10 years of PIRLS data in South Africa will be published, and that book is being put together by researchers and staff members in the Center for Evaluation and Assessment. This shows the capacity building and expertise development that has taken place over the last decade in terms of large-scale assessments. In conclusion, I want to thank the Minister and the DBE colleagues for their trust in us and for allowing us to partner with them to undertake the PIRLS study. I want to thank the CEA's team and all those that participated in the PIRLS 2021 project in one capacity or the other. Reading literacy is critical to improved achievement and academic success. And as an institution, we are committed to working with the DBE and other stakeholders to find long-lasting solutions to any challenges identified in the reports we are about to listen to. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Now we are going to get a video clip from IT. Are you ready? 5 minutes video clip.
What is interesting about PIRLS 2021, especially in the South African context, is that it's an important study about how children read for meaning. And in the South African context, we have a multitude of languages. And one of our key policy concerns is about how children at the age of 10 are reading for meaning. Because at the age of 10, they transition from mother tongue instruction to language of learning, which is usually not in their mother tongue. In the South African context, we have different factors influencing reading, such as availability of school resources, school climate, the availability of teachers in the foundation phase, which is where PIRLS is taken at grade 4. So we are interested in understanding what are the factors influencing these results. We want to get a deeper dive. We want to understand not just the overall scores. We want to know what are the enabling factors about reading for meaning. So PIRLS, with its contextual data, gives us that sense in order to understand better. And this is important for us because we are investing a lot in reading programs, in national reading plans. It's part of our policy making initiatives. It's part of our medium-term strategic framework. So government has mandated the Ministry of Basic Education to monitor what percentage of learners are actually reading for meaning. So we're using the PIRLS study as a very critical source of information to understand what are the factors, how can we improve learners' ability to read for meaning.
Thank you so much. Reading for meaning. So our next speaker will come and present on ELNA. And ELNA is the Early Learning National Assessment Study that looks at readiness of learners for grade 1, focusing on the emergent literacy and emergent numeracy. This study was piloted in the last 3 years, and the findings of this study will be presented here today. The presenter has been with JETS from 2007 and is currently Joint Education Trust and is currently heading up the assessment unit in the research division. She holds an honors degrees in clinical psychology, specializing in cognitive psychology, special educational needs, and school counseling. She first registered as a psychometrics in 2003. She completed her master's degree in educational psychology, specializing in psychometry. She won the Vice Chancellor's Medal for the most meritorious master's dissertation. She is well-versed and passionate about special educational needs, psychometry, and neuroscience of learning in the early years. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Rolene Herholz. Did I pronounce it well? Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I'm presenting on the Early Learning National Assessment, the ALNA, of 2022. These are the preliminary results that we have so far been able to do the analysis on. And I'm only going to present on the literacy aspect. Okay. The early learning, why mine is not going on. Okay, so the Early Learning National Assessment was administered to 2,060 learners beginning in the beginning of grade 1 in 2022. The assessment is designed to measure learning outcomes at the end of grade R in preparation for grade 1. The assessment consists of 2 subtests, the emergent literacy and language subtest, and then the emergent numeracy subtest. Today, we're going to concentrate only on the emergent literacy subtest, which consists of 48 questions or 52 marks, and is administered in one-to-one in about 30 minutes. The emergency literacy section is divided into the CAP strands, as you can see there, with listening and speaking, phonics, reading and writing. Firstly, I want to take you to some test functionality. So we've done Roche analysis. We've done the basics so far, and is hoping to do the scaling a little bit later on. What is really important over here is that the reliability, we've given you a consistency measure, and indicates the lack of measurement error. For persons was high at 0.88, which is considered good, and for items it was excellent at 1. In terms of validity of the test, we have done infant values, and infant values, we want them to be between 0.7 and 1.3. Of all our items, 41 of the 48 items were between 0.7 and 1.3, with only 2 items being above 1.3 and 5 items below 0.7, which is considered good. So we have some trust in the assessment. If we look at the results per strand and caps, you will see that the best overall, okay, let's start with overall. Overall, they achieved 63%, which is about the average that we aim for. And then the highest mean ones achieved in phonics with 71%. This is really good news. Phonics, anybody that works in the pre-literacy space will tell you phonics is the first things that's wired in the brain that starts the wiring for reading. So having a good phonics foundation is really good for learners to later on develop reading and decoding skills and understanding skills. So the first step seems to be in place. The lowest mean was achieved in writing with 38%. This was also expected. Very few of our learners, due to the situation that they come from, are exposed to fine motor activities where they are expected to do copying or writing of letters or even pictures. So this is expected that writing might be a problem. Okay. Oh, I didn't go over there. That was that slide that I just discussed. Okay, this slide. Okay, the results per province, you will see the highest mean was achieved by the Western Cape at 74%. And then the lowest means were achieved in Limpopo and Northwest. So these are provinces that we will have to spend a little bit more time on. It might also be that they're a little bit more rural and that more of the ECD sites that feed into the Grade R sites are more community-based sites versus school-based sites. Okay, my next slide. Okay, as expected, the results per quintile, you will note that the bottom 3 quintiles achieved plus minus the same mean at 60-61%, and that quintile 5 in the yellow achieved the highest mean at 76%. This is quite expected, again, because the poor quintile 1 to 3 represents the poorest 60% of the community, and they tend to also in other studies clump together with the same mean and with quintile 5 having the highest mean. So this is all as expected. Okay. Here is the results per language, but per CAPS area. So if you look at the first on the left top, listening and speaking, you will see the highest mean was achieved in isiXhosa, and the lowest mean was achieved in Tsitonga. In phonics, on the right at the top, you will see that Afrikaans and English achieved the highest means, and then the lowest mean was again achieved by Tsitonga. In the reading block on the left bottom, Afrikaans achieved the highest mean, and Tsonga the lowest mean. Here you will note that English achieved only 55%. This is expected. It's not that English is doing poorer. It is expected because English is an opaque language, which takes 1 to 2 years longer to, for learners to learn to read with meaning or even to decode well. Transparent languages like Afrikaans and the African languages learners learn much faster to decode words in those languages. Okay, and then in writing you will see Tivenda doing the best, which is surprising, and there's something there that we can maybe learn from this Tivenda's sample and apply it to the rest of the languages. Tsonga again is at the bottom here in writing. So if we look overall, it seems like Tsonga needs a little bit more encouragement, but that there's other languages that's doing well in other areas, which can serve as an example for the rest. Okay. Okay, if we look at the results per gender, it is, as we find in many other studies, little girls are doing a little bit better than the boys, although we haven't done significant testing, so we do not know if these differences are significant. They're quite small though. Okay, and then the results per age group. So this test was designed for 6 to 7-year-olds. There were a few 5-year-olds in the study. Their birthdays were before June, so they are the correct age for the grade. The 7-year-olds that were in the study here, there was 367 of them. They are either learners that had their birthdays before the study was done in the beginning of grade 1, so they had January birthdays, or they are repeating grade 1, or they started school late. But overall, you can see that the younger learners in green, the 5-year-olds, are doing the worst, and then the 7-year-olds are doing the best. So for whichever reason, it seems to let maturity do play a role. Yeah. Okay, so the way ahead. Here's some ideas, some low-hanging fruit that we can tackle that comes out of these results. Firstly, we would like to analyze the test a little bit further and develop standardization bands or benchmarks. We would like to calculate the significance of the differences just to make sure, especially with the gender. Then one thing that is currently being rolled out in several programs in South Africa is learning through play. And the research is showing that learning through play is making a great difference both in learning literacy and numeracy, as well as learning non-cognitive skills like social emotional development. Then to support pre-reading, daily exposure to reading, phonemic and phonological awareness would be good. Sorry, I didn't go to the next slide. Yeah, sorry, there's a few errors on this page. You can see I wrote it very late at night. Okay, so to support pre-reading, daily exposure to reading, where a parent or a caregiver or the teacher is reading to children, as well as phonemic and phonological awareness exercises, will go a long way to boost the pre-reading section of this test. To support pre-writing, daily exposure to fine motor integration activities and fine motor coordination will go a long way. And then lastly, we have to monitor the performance of boys, but also girls. So we have to just keep a little bit of track onto the boys. And then one little teaser for you. Going over. Okay, so this is a teaser just for the numeracy results, and you will see that in the numeracy results, they also had an overall achievement of 62%, with the highest percentage achievement in patterns and numbers, and struggling in shapes. In the shapes, they needed to, for example, copy shapes, which takes us back to the pre-reading skills of fine motor integration. It's the same skill being tested. So fine motor integration is one of the things that we can talk more about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. At least now we know. And that the 7 years in grade 1 they might have started late at school. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is the Research Director, Education Policy and Practice at the Australian Council for Educational Research. His focus is on the development of large-scale national assessment systems. He has substantial experience in the design, development, management, implementation, analysis, and report of large-scale assessment. Systemic evaluation has been developed in the last few years. It looks at assessing the system at grade 3, 6, and 9, focusing on the learner performance and both school factor and district support. The Australian Council for Educational Research has served as the international oversight structure of this study. The presenter findings from the system evaluation. He served as the international project director for 2 international surveys in early childhood development. The OECD and UNESCO survey of teacher and pre-primary education, and the OECD International Early Learning and Child Wellbeing Study, or Wellbeing Study. He is also the project sponsor of ASA, GEM technical support to the development of South Africa's systemic evaluation program, which includes the National Assessment for grade 3, 6, and 9. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. M. Walker Asa.
Great, thank you very much. I hope you can see my screen and me. Thanks for the introduction. I'm Maurice Walker from the Australian Council for Educational Research. Program Director, ministers, dignitaries and representatives. I'm very privileged and it's a great pleasure to be here presenting to you today on this partnership between the Australian Council for Educational Research and the Department of Basic Education to develop South Africa's systemic evaluation, which includes a component in measuring reading literacy in a South African context. So what is the systemic evaluation? It is, as the name suggests, an evaluation of systemic factors influencing learning in South Africa. It's a national monitoring study. It examines learning outcomes at grades 3, 6, and 9. It's focused on language and mathematics, and it's designed to make provincial comparisons. It looks at the differences in subpopulations and monitors those changes over time and compares learning across grades. It monitors the growth of cohorts across those grades. And it examines and compares contextual aspects impacting on student outcomes. At the heart of the systemic framework is learner performance. So looking at attainment in reading literacy and mathematics, but that is surrounded by contextual frameworks, looking at the characteristics of school and learners and what system support is available as well. The focus of learning outcomes is on language and mathematics. The items that are used are derived from local contexts, and they're written by expert South African item writers. In the first cycle, the language component of the systemic evaluation focused squarely on reading literacy. The systemic evaluation includes a nationally representative sample at grades 3, 6, and 9. We have schools sampled within provinces and sections sampled within schools. The sample is large enough to provide robust estimates at the provincial level. Here, for example, are the participation and response rates of the systemic evaluation first cycle. So over 140,000 learners participated in the systemic evaluation. We had excellent response rates. So what you can see here is that these response rates range from 96% at grade 3 through to 81% at grade 9. And these are very, very high response rates. I want to talk to you a little bit about reporting across the grade levels. And to do that, I'm just going to elaborate for a few minutes on learning progression and linked assessment booklets. So when we talk about learning progression, we start off with an empirical scale. So it's got some numbers on it, and it's a measure of learning from low ability through to higher ability. And on that empirical scale, we superimpose proficiency levels with meaningful descriptions. Yes? I have to find the
Just keep an eye on the messages, please.
It's very difficult for me to do. I haven't got one screen.
Are you sharing from your side?
I'm still sharing from the last time. I'm trying to unshare.
Are you sharing from your side?
I've just managed to stop sharing. So did you not get any of that?
No, sir.
Do you want me to start again?
That would be great, thank you.
Okay. Just give me a second.
Is it showing on your side yet?
Just a minute. Okay, let's share it on my side.
Okay, Mr. Morris, what we're going to do, we have your presentation this side. We're going to click through it. So if you can just end your slide by saying next, and then we'll click through it this side as you present. Starting on your first slide. So as soon as you want to go to the next slide, just say next. You're welcome to start now.
Okay. Hello, everybody. It looks like we had a few technical glitches there. I was halfway through my presentation. However, I'll start again. So it's good to be here. My name's Morris Walker. I'm here today to talk to you about the partnership between the Australian Council for Educational Research and the Department of Basic Education in developing the South African Systemic Evaluation Program, which includes an investigation of reading literacy within the South African context. Next, please. So, what is the systemic evaluation? Well, it is, as the name suggests, an evaluation of systemic factors influencing learning in South Africa. It's a national monitoring study. It examines learning outcomes at grades 3, 6, and 9. It's focused on language and mathematics, and it's designed to track provincial comparisons. It does monitor learning outcomes at the subpopulation level over time, across grades and across cohorts, and it examines contextual aspects impacting on student outcomes. Next, please. At the heart of the systemic evaluation is learner performance, and that is performance in reading and mathematics. But this is surrounded by a wider contextual framework, which examines student characteristics and their influences on learning outcomes. And that's also surrounded by the wider context of system support. Next, please. We're looking at language and mathematics, and the items that we're using to assess students are derived from local contexts, and they're written by expert South African item writers. In the first cycle, the language component focused on reading literacy. Next, please. We achieved a nationally representative sample. Schools were sampled within provinces and sections were sampled within schools. And the sample was large enough to provide robust estimates at the provincial level. Next, please. This is sample outcomes. We had over 140,000 learners participating in the systemic evaluation. And as you can see, the response rates there were really, really good, ranging from 96% of schools participating in grades 3 and 6 to 81% in grade 9, which is fantastic. Next, please. I want to talk to you a little bit about reporting across the grade levels, and to do that, I'll talk a little bit about learning progression and linked assessment booklets. Next slide, please. So we start off with a notion of learning progression, and we have an empirical scale. So over on the left of this slide, you'll see a set of numbers representing an empirical scale with lower ability down the bottom and higher ability at the top. Can you press next, please? And you should now see some blue blocks, which are proficiency levels, which have meaningful descriptions of what learners can do at these different levels. Can you next, please? with that, we can also superimpose benchmarks or expected learning outcomes on that scale. Can you press next, please? We can then map grade 3, 6, and 9 population learning progression once more, please. And what we can do then is we can investigate growth. We can look at the growth between grade 6 and grade 9 and the growth between grade 3 and grade 9, for example. And this provides us with, a powerful tool for policy and pedagogy. Next, please. Okay, you should be looking at a slide now that talks about assessment material linking across the grades. So we've put the learner outcomes on a single scale. If you could press next, please. We've constructed the assessment so that some of the assessment material that is administered to the grade 6 students, as shown here, is also administered to the grade 9 learners. So we have a vertical link. Next, please. And I'm going to now talk to you about the measurement model, which also has a little bit of animation in it. So next, please. So you should be seeing now a slide with a bell curve on it. And our reporting scale for the systemic evaluation has a reporting scale mean of 500 with a standard deviation of 100. That's represented at the bottom of this slide. Could you press next, please? In fact, press it 3 times to get the 3 grade levels. So you should now see that our reality is, though, that even though we have a single reporting scale, we have 3 subpopulations to report on. So we have grade 3, grade 6, and grade 9. And if you press next, please, this is the theoretical model that we are exploring. So we have 3 population distributions, grade 3, 6, and 9, represented still with that underlying reporting scale of a mean of 500 and a standard deviation of 600. So that's the theoretical model. And if you press next, please, you should now be looking at a slide that is the learning outcomes results. So this is the reality. So it pretty much matches the theory, but of course, not exactly. And what's on this slide are the outcomes in reading and mathematics by grade. So the pink is grade 3, the green is grade 6, and the blue is grade 9. And we're interested in reading, and there's some points of interest. What we can see here is that reading literacy at grade 3 is quite positively skewed. We can see growth between grade 3, grade 6, and grade 9, which is fantastic. It's what we expect. But we can start to quantify that growth between grade 3 and grade 6 and grade 6 and grade 9. And if we go to the next slide, please. What we can see here is that plotting the means of grade 3, 6, and 9 on that population graphic, we can see that there is a gap between grade 3 and grade 6 of around 84 score points, which it means we can say that on average, learners are progressing about 28 score points per grade between grade 3 and grade 6. Similarly, we can say that between grade 6 and grade 9 on this scale, learners are progressing at about 23 score points per grade. If we go to the next slide, please, you should have the reading by gender slide. And what you can see here is that the males are plotted in the green distribution and females in the pink distribution. And what we see here is that females are outperforming males at grade 3, at grade 6, and grade 9. And that is consistent with what was found in ALNA and consistent with what is found in many studies. But now, in the South African context, we can start to estimate the quantity of difference. So what we can see here is that there's a gap of about 32 score points in grade 3 between females and males. So we can estimate that girls are about 1.1 year of learning ahead of boys at grade 3. Similarly, at grade 6 and grade 9, the gap is equivalent to about 1 year. So that gap between girls and boys is being maintained across a learner's educational career. Next, please. So we should be looking at a slide now which lists some outcomes by province. So you will recall I talked about how we had statistically robust measures at the provincial levels. And on this slide, I've highlighted in pink this time the low performing provinces, and in yellow the high performing provinces. Across grades 3, 6 and 9 we can see that Limpopo is performing poorly and that Gauteng and Western Cape are performing highly, and this is consistent with the ALNA and there's no surprises here, but we can go further than this and drill down into those provincial differences and growth rates, but that's not a story for today. So next, please. I want to talk to you briefly about the next steps, which is to describe proficiency levels and to report against SDG 4. Next, please. Here's an example of creating proficiency levels. We take a population, which in this case is a grade 6 population, and we divide it up into levels of proficiency, and we describe each proficiency level in a way that's meaningful to learners, meaningful to parents, educators, and policymakers. That's really important. So we're not using a number, we're using a description of what the learner knows and can do. Next, please. Which brings us to the SDG. SDG indicator 4.1.1 is outlined on the left of this slide. It talks about the proportion of learners at 3 different parts of the education system: early grades, end of primary, end of lower secondary, achieving a minimum proficiency level in reading and mathematics. And this fits really very nicely with what we're measuring in systemic evaluation, looking at grade 3, 6, and 9. Next, please. What we can do is we've got our proficiency levels constructed. We can impose the global benchmark of the SDG 411B, for example, on our reporting scale. So we can report against the SDGs at 3 different levels for both reading and mathematics using the systemic evaluation. Next, please. And what that helps us do is it helps us look at some of the intricacies of the population outcomes. So if you arbitrarily here impose the minimum proficiency level where I have, it's a hypothetical position, but what we can do is we can look at the grade 9 learners who are actually below the grade 6 minimum proficiency level, and there will be some. We also know that there will be some grade 3 learners who are above the grade 6 minimum proficiency level. So this is really interesting and powerful. Next, please. I realize that I don't have much time, so I'm going to just run through these preliminary contextual indications. And what I'm going to present here are some effect sizes. So we'll just skip through these. So next slide, please. As I said, the systemic evaluation collects a lot of contextual information. And one of the pieces of information we collected was student attitudes towards language. So we created a scale, and we can examine that scale in relationship to learning outcomes. So this is attitudes towards reading against reading outcomes. And what you can see here is that there are considerable provincial differedences. So in Eastern Cape, for example, they have the strongest association between reading attitudes, positive reading attitudes, and reading outcomes. And in Western Cape, they have the weakest association between those two. Next, please. We can also examine the relationship between wealth and learning outcomes. And because we have this long scale from grade 3 through to grade 9, we can look at the different impacts of wealth on learning at those different points. So even in grade 3, there is a strong association, a strong effect on learning outcomes of wealth. And what we can see there, though, and which is really interesting, is that it gets much, much stronger through grade 6 and grade 9. So the learner's socioeconomic background is more highly associated with positive learning outcomes as they progress through the education system. A final slide on parental engagement, and this was something we've only just discovered, and we're not sure about it yet. We're not sure about our analysis, but for example, what we're seeing is that parental engagement is positively associated with reading outcomes at grade 3. There's no effect at grade 6, and then it's negatively associated with reading outcomes at grade 9. Why? It'd be very interesting, if this is right, to see what's happening here. It may be that parents are engaging more with their children as their children start to struggle later in school. So this association at grade 9 between positive parental engagement and negative reading outcomes could be that parents are really trying to help their kids out at the grade 9 level to get them through. Okay, my final slide, the next slide please, is just to summarize that systemic evaluation is a South African instrument. It's a powerful tool to help us understand learning outcomes. It's intended that this program is rolled out in 3-year cycles, and we now have a national baseline for those cycles. We can track progress by grade, growth across grades, we can look at subpopulations, and importantly, it's a national assessment incorporating global benchmarks. And my next slide is just to say thank you for inviting me here today, and I wish you best with the rest of the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We hope you hear us there in Australia. We really appreciate the work done, and that we feel as you present like you belong to South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to receive a PIRLS clip that takes us through the typical PIRLS text with the questions. Is it ready? The clip? PIRLS video clip.
In 2021, IEA's PIRLS, Progress in International Reading Literacy Study, well established as the de facto worldwide standard for monitoring reading comprehension achievement at the primary school level, marked its 20th year. PIRLS 2021 provides data on trends in comparative reading achievement across countries over 2 decades. PIRLS 2021 offers the PIRLS assessment of literary and informational reading in a digital format, presenting reading passages and items as an engaging and visually attractive experience that motivates students and increases operational efficiency. With PIRLS all-electronic format, countries can administer the full PIRLS reading assessment, PIRLS literary and informational, as well as the ePIRLS online informational, as one seamless, digitally based endeavor. The Amazing Octopus is an example of an informational text with an easy difficulty level. The informational texts include a variety of formats with presentational features such as diagrams, maps, illustrations, photographs, or tables. The range of material covered scientific, ethnographic, biographical, and historical information and ideas. Texts were structured in a number of ways, including by logic, argument, chronology, and topic. Several included organizational features such as subheadings or text boxes. With the PIRLS 2021 digital interface, students can begin the Amazing Octopus passage by scrolling through its 6 pages before answering the questions, much as they would read through a paper passage. The Amazing Octopus describes what octopuses look like, where they live, and what they like to eat. Octopuses have many ways to escape danger. They are fast swimmers and can shoot ink at their attackers. They also are experts in disguise, able to blend in and become invisible or change their coloring. Octopuses can slip through tiny places because they're very soft and do not have any bones. They have been found in shells and bottles left in the sea. This makes it easy for them to hide in a pile of shells. Octopuses living in aquariums have shown that they are good learners. One learned to open jars of her favorite food by herself. Another learned to move levers that spray paint onto a canvas. His art was sold to help fund the octopus's tank. Octopuses in aquariums are easily bored, so their keepers give them puzzles and toys to keep them occupied. One keeper fed an octopus by putting the food inside a ball that could be screwed apart and put back together. Octopuses recognize their keepers and like their keepers to touch and stroke them. Octopuses turn red when they are excited, stand up tall to greet their keepers, and can hop on their back legs. They can curl their arms over their keepers' hands, such that octopuses and keepers hold each other's arms. After a quick read through the article, students returned to the beginning and brought up question 1. Which statements are true about octopuses? Check all that apply. The true statements are, they have round bodies, 8 long arms, and like to eat crabs and fish. Students click on the green arrows to advance through the questions. Question 2 asks, what do octopuses use to make doors for their dens? Students need to type in rocks. For question 3, students were asked what it means that octopuses are called experts in disguise. However, the answer is on the next screen. Students may want to click on the black tab to drop the question down and then advance to the next screen. Then they can bring the question back up to click on option A. They can look like something else. In question 4, students are told that octopuses do not have any bones. Then they're asked, what does this mean that octopuses can do? Students need to drop down the question and advance to the next page to find the answer. Then they can bring back the question and click on option C, fit into very tiny places. In question 5, students are asked to provide an example of how octopuses show up in unusual places. One correct answer is, they have been found in shells. In question 6, students are asked to give 2 ways that octopuses escape their predators. The answers are on screens 2 and 3, so students may want to go back to screen 2 or just type in from screen 3, hide in rocks and coral, and wrap themselves in shells. Students need to advance the page to answer question 7. What did Frida the octopus learn to do? Students should type, open jars. Question 8 asks, what did Squirt the octopus learn to do? Option B provides the correct answer, move levers to shoot paint onto a canvas. The last question about this page, question 9, asks, does the writer think that Squirt makes good paintings? To receive full credit for question 9, students need to choose either yes or no and provide a reason to support that choice. Before answering, students should reread the text about Squirt. Students should advance to the next page to answer question 10. Why do aquarium staff give octopuses puzzles? Students should type to keep them from being bored. Question 11 asks, what toy did Sammy enjoy playing with? Students should type a ball that twists open. To answer question 12, students need to advance to the last screen. Students are asked for 2 things octopuses do to show they're happy to see their keepers. 2 of several correct answers are turn red and stand up tall on their arms. In question 13, students are told that octopuses like their keepers to touch them and asked what octopuses do that show this. The correct answer is option C, reach up and latch on to their keeper's arms. Students can use information on the last screens here to answer question 4. Give 3 examples of what octopuses living in aquariums have learned to do that are amazing. Correct answers include open jars, paint, and greet their keepers. Finally, question 15 asks, based on what you've read in the article, are aquariums good for octopuses? To receive full credit for question 15, students needed to choose either yes or no and provide a reason to support that choice. For example, this student checked yes with the reason they are safe, given toys, food, and care.
Now that we know about octopus, I thought we were going to clap hands. They need octopuses to keep them happy. They need food, to be safe, and to see their keeper. We expect our learners to answer these questions. If I can ask the 2 names of the 2 octopuses that were... Oh, okay, let me not go there. Now we're going to have 2 speakers from the University of Pretoria to tell us about the PIRLS 2021 Grade 4 and Grade 6 results. They are Suret van Staden. She is currently an associate professor at the University of Innsbruck, Austria. She worked at the University of Pretoria. She worked at the University of Pretoria since 2002 to 2003 on PIRLS 2006. Acted as a co-national research coordinator for PIRLS 2011 and NRC for PIRLS 2021, for PIRLS 2011 and for PIRLS 2021. She was part of the questionnaire development group. Dr. Karen Roux is a seminar lecturer in assessment and quality assurance at the University of Pretoria, South Africa, and a researcher at the Center for Evaluation and Assessment, South Africa. She was awarded the IEA Bruce H. Chopping Memorial Award in 2021 for her outstanding PhD thesis, which focused on the equivalence of PIRLS passages across 3 languages in South Africa. She is an advocate for equivalent assessment and early childhood education. They have 15 minutes to both of them. They are going to have 7.5 each. Over to you, Dr. Karen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Honourable Minister, Programme Director, all the officialities have been observed. I was thinking yesterday evening when I was reflecting on PIRLS over the years that every PIRLS results release has happened on a rainy day in 2006, in 2011, in 2016, and today. So I hope that the next round of PIRLS will happen on a sunny day. We can order that now. Thank you very much. As the Minister already alluded to in her speech, there was already... Thank you. I thought that's too little. Thank you.
Oh, I was correcting that she has 22 minutes. They have 22 and a half, both of them.
Thank you.
They share 22 and a half, 22 and a half. They have 45 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Minister. As the Minister has already alluded to in her speech, the state of global literacy is summarized in the Learning Poverty Report that was brought out in 2022. And learning poverty here is described as children who at the age of 10 cannot read simple sentences. And we've already reflected on a deep pre-COVID learning reading crisis that existed, with 57% in low and middle income countries where children can't read and have this learning poverty. And it's predicted to escalate, especially post-COVID, and as high as 86% for sub-Saharan Africa. PIRLS 2021 provides us with empirical evidence of these predictions. 57 education systems or countries participated in PIRLS 2021, most of whom come from the global north. South Africa is only one of 3 African countries that participate in PIRLS. As the Minister also mentioned, it's only Morocco and Egypt. But of sub-Saharan countries, it's only South Africa that participates. In South Africa, grade 4 level testing took place in 11 official languages, and this gives us a very unique opportunity to stratify our sample by language, which is not something we can do in other regional assessments such as SACMEC or international assessments such as TIMSS. Due to the COVID pandemic, only 43 countries managed to collect data as scheduled, and we can proudly say South Africa was one of those countries, with a participation rate of 97% at grade 4 and 98% at grade 6, the 2 grades that were tested in PIRLS 2021 in South Africa. Overall, when we look at the international results, achievement trends reflect the negative impact of the pandemic, and we see that of the 32 countries that have trend data, 21 of these countries have seen a negative impact from PIRLS 2016 to PIRLS 2021. So what I would like to discuss with you in the 22 minutes, luckily not the 7 minutes I've been given, are the assessment materials, the group adaptive design, the grades tested in South Africa, testing that happened during COVID, and then the results disaggregated by what we've already seen, things such as language, gender, province, and then, of course, the international benchmarks. So what I'm reporting on here are the achievement booklets or the achievement data. So achievement booklets in PIRLS consist of 2 reading passages, and these passages may either be for reading for literary experience, which are short stories, fictional stories, usually with a beginning, a middle, and an ending, usually with a happy ending that's appropriate at grade 4 level, and then passages that are used to acquire and use information. Each of the questions that follow these passages are associated with one of 4 processes of comprehension. At the easiest level, children should be able to focus on and retrieve explicitly stated information, and at the most difficult level, they should be able to evaluate and critique content and textual elements. You can see there on the left, on the right-hand side of the table, what the distribution of questions are, with most of your questions falling in the middle where they have to make straightforward inferences or interpret and integrate ideas and information. My colleague, Dr. Karen Roux, will talk about the questionnaires, the context questionnaires that were given to the parents. Firstly, the home questionnaire, which is called the Learning to Read Survey. the teacher questionnaire, and this was given to the teacher of the sampled school in PIRLS, the school questionnaire, which was given to the school principal of the sampled school, and then, of course, the learner questionnaire that was administered to all the children in intact classes who were sampled for purposes of PIRLS. Something that is really new that hasn't happened in PIRLS before is that there's the development of the group adaptive design. Now, you will remember that in PIRLS 2011, we talked about pre-PIRLS and PIRLS to make the distinction between an easier assessment and a more difficult assessment. In PIRLS 2016, we talked about PIRLS literacy, the new name for pre-PIRLS, which is the easy assessment, and then PIRLS as the more difficult assessment. So what the IEA decided for PIRLS 2021 is not to make this distinction between pre-PIRLS and PIRLS or an easy and a difficult assessment. What they rather wanted to do was to place all the assessment passages on the same scale, but then categorize them into 3 groups. You have medium difficulty passages, easy passages, and difficult passages. The easy passages consisted of 500 words and had an average of 78% correct responses from the field test. A medium passage consists of 700 words and has 66% correct across the learner population. And then the difficult passages are at 850 words and are characterized by very complex text that allows for layers of meaning and plot twists. And these are typically passages where learners are asked to do things like interpret and integrate ideas, information, and evaluate and critique textual elements. There were 6 new passages developed for PIRLS 2021, and 12 existing passages from PIRLS 2016 were taken for the current cycle. What then happened was that countries were assigned booklets according to their performance profiles. So countries with more than 550 score point averages would get 70% difficult passages and only 30% easy passages. Countries with an average performance between 450 and 550 score points would get 50% difficult, 50% easy. And at the bottom where you see the red arrow, this is where South Africa's performance profile lies. Countries with about smaller than or less than 450 average performance score points would get 30% difficult passages and 70% easy. That places all of the countries on exactly the same scale, and we don't make the distinction anymore between pre-PIRLS and PIRLS. Now when we get to the sampling, in South Africa we tested grade 4 and grade 6. A total of 12,426 grade 4 learners were assessed, and you can see here in the table that we had 330 schools in the original sample, of which 321 were tested in the end. Schools that were, the sample learners who were not assessed include those who were absent on the day of testing, learners who were not in the class or the school anymore, and then there were specific exclusions. At the school level, there were exclusions when the school presented a different curriculum from CAPS, then the school was not eligible for participation in PIRLS. Also, if it was a very small school, and also if the school was inaccessible or did not exist anymore. Sometimes it happens that schools combine in a region and doesn't appear like that on the EMA system. Within school exclusions included disabled children, so we did not test disabled children, and we also did not test non-native speakers in a classroom. Grade 6 learners were tested also from a nationally representative sample to gauge performance at the end of the intermediate phase, where the learners should be accustomed to the use of Afrikaans and English mostly, so they were tested in the language of learning and teaching in grade 6. The learners were tested at the same schools as the sample that was drawn for the grade 4 purpose, so we didn't have a separate sample for grade 4 and grade 6. It was the same schools that were tested at grade 4 and at grade 6 if the school offered grade 6. And we have here a total of 9,317 grade 6 learners that were assessed. In the table you can also see, originally we wanted to test 255 grade 6 schools, but then the total number of schools that participated were 253. You will see in this table there's also a number of replacement schools that are indicated, and we are limited by the number of replacements that we may use if a school refuses participation or cannot participate for some reason or another. And we are really proud to say that we have kept our replacements at a very minimum, and to a large extent we were able to test our original sample as it was drawn by Statistics Canada. Now, during COVID, you can imagine it was really difficult to collect data. We collected data from August to December 2021, but plans were already in place for South Africa to test in 2021 because we asked the IEA for extra time so that we can do our translation verification properly. It is really complex to test across 11 official languages, and if we got the instruments inaccurate and the translations not accurate or open to scrutiny, we would be in real trouble. It's interesting to see that in South Africa, 28% of school principals said that their children were absent from school for more than 8 weeks, but internationally it's 47% of principals who said that it was for more than 8 weeks. So it's interesting to see that we have lower percentages reported of absenteeism at school due to COVID. It's also interesting to see that 68% of grade 4 learners' parents and 73% of grade 6 learners' parents reported that their children stayed at home, but only 34% and 35% of these parents reported that they think that their children are adversely affected by COVID, which is interesting to see. Now we get to the juicy bit. This is the overall achievement, and here you can see South African achievement with a selection of countries that participated. So grade 4 learners in South Africa achieved on average 288 score points. It is substantially lower than the 500 mean, international mean, and we don't even want to look at the higher performing countries because, as the Minister said, we are competing with ourselves. This is not to say South Africa are so many points below Singapore, Hong Kong, or the Russian Federation. It's just not a fair comparison to make. Achievement by language shows us the same patterns as we've observed from PIRLS 2006, where children who were tested in Afrikaans and English performed the best, and then there's a significant drop for the children who were tested in African languages. What is interesting is that more than 70% of learners indicated that they were tested in the same language as their home language. So there's only a discrepancy of 30% for 30% of learners between the language of testing and their home language. Achievement by province also shows us what is confirmed by the systemic evaluation, that Gauteng and the Western Cape are the two better performing provinces. And then from the Free State downwards, the Free State downwards, these provinces perform below the national average. For the Northern Cape, these results have to be interpreted with caution because the standard error is rather large. And then when we look at the trend achievement, in PIRLS 2016, we had an average achievement of 320. It's now fallen to 288. But as I've said in the beginning, of the 32 countries that have trend data, 21 of those countries have seen a drop in achievement. And we do ascribe that to the effect that COVID has had. Achievement by gender follows the same patterns as for ALNA and for the systemic evaluation, where girls outperform boys. But what we do see is that girls performed better in 2016. In 2016, girls performed on average 347 points. They only now have 317 points. And boys in 2016 performed at 295 points, and now they've fallen to 260 points. The international benchmark achievement shows us that 81% of our children cannot read for meaning because they do not even reach the low benchmark. And this is the percentage that President Ramaphosa was referring to in his State of the Nation address after the PIRLS 2016 results were released. The percentage then given was 79%, and it's now 81%. 94% of children internationally can reach the low international benchmark. So we have a lot of work to do to get the children to get onto the low international benchmark. If we go to grade 6, you have to keep in mind that we don't have trend data for grade 6. It's the first time that we've tested grade 6. And here you can see that South Africa achieved 384 score points, which is ahead of Egypt and Jordan. But please keep in mind that these results are for grade 6s in comparison to grade 4 children in the other countries that were tested. Achievement by language shows us that the Afrikaans children who were tested in Afrikaans outperformed the children who were tested in English. But what is important to note here is that more than 3/4 of learners in grade 6 were not tested in their mother tongue. So the 17% of children that we see who are tested in Afrikaans and English are probably those children who have been testing or who have been attending school and who have been learning in Afrikaans and English since the foundation phase. We have found that when children's home language and language of testing coincide, that there is a statistically significant impact or effect when compared to children who were not tested in their home language. Achievement by province shows us very similar patterns to grade 4 results. Again, the Western Cape and Gauteng outperforming the other provinces. I might add that some of these provinces, when we delve deeper into the data, we can disaggregate these results to see what is the effect of rurality, of rural schools, schools that are really isolated, and see what the effect of those are. But this is a small bit of good news, and this is if we look at the comparative achievement by grade, by province. At least for every province, we see substantial growth from grade 4 to grade 6. When children are tested in exactly this, or on exactly the same achievement tests, but when children are tested in grade 6, of course, only in Afrikaans and in English. I think this mirrors the findings from the systemic evaluation that also confirms that there's growth between grade 3 to grade 6 and then from grade 6 to grade 9. Achievement by gender also mirrors the grade 4 results, where we see girls outperforming boys. And to place these results in context, 40 score points in PIRLS represents 2 years of education. So where there's a difference of more than 40 points, you can equate that to a group lagging behind another group. And the international benchmarks for grade 6 also mirror what we see at grade 4, but not to the severe extent as we see at grade 4, where 56% of our learners are not able to reach the low international benchmark. Questions at the low international benchmark are typically questions that ask children to focus on and retrieve explicitly stated information. So something that doesn't require inference making, it doesn't require making generalizations or connecting ideas or evaluating and critiquing context. I should perhaps also mention, when we looked at the video of an example of the passages that are used in PIRLS, that we tested with paper and pencil. We did not make use of the digital assessment, as it is not yet possible for a nationally representative sample, at least for testing in the digital format. Thank you very much, and with that, I'd like to hand over to my colleague, Dr. Roux.
Thank you. Right, thank you everybody. Special thanks to the Minister. So let's continue where Surette stopped. And the first thing that we need to look at is the resources at home. So this is one of the very few slides that I'll be showing today that we do have trend information for you. And here we can see that the majority of resources at home, the parents indicated that they only have some, with a small percentage saying that they only have many resources. But if we do look at the trend score, and I think this is where the powerful message comes from. In 2016, for those who say that they have many resources at home, they scored on average 500. Whereas if we look at the 2021 results, the scores went up to 530 score points. So that is definitely a significant increase between the two cycles. However, for those who said that they only have some resource at home or fewer resources, we do see a decline in the trend score. Here is something that Suret mentioned about the language of the test spoken at home, and we do see that the majority, so 66% of learners were tested in the language that they always speak at home. Interesting with the discussions that we've heard today is how important parents are to our children. And this slide refers to how parents like or enjoy reading. The majority did indicate that they only somewhat like reading. And if we look at the score points, we do see that when parents show to their children that they like reading, they achieved a much higher achievement of 340 score points compared to those who with only somewhat like reading, which is 283. So there's definitely a growth if parents show that kind of a culture at home that they do like reading. With parents, again, early literacy activities for the grade 4 kids, we see that almost 60% of parents indicated that they sometimes engage in early literacy activities. But when parents often engage in these types of activities, like reading books, working through puzzles, show that kind of an attitude towards reading, the learners' score points went up to 319. In terms of school composition, so this is data generated by using the school principal questionnaire, and we see that 61% of our school principals indicated that schools are located in lower socioeconomic situations, where the score point of the learners only reached 265. And those who did attend schools in higher socioeconomic situations obtained a score of 445. In terms of language of the test as home language, 44% of the learners spoke the language of the test at home, and they obtained a score of 299. And those who did not really speak the home, but sometimes spoke the language of the test at home, obtained a score of 275. So there is, again, a significant drop between the two. School principals were also asked the percent of learners who enter school with early literacy skills. And here we can see that 31%, so 1/3 of learners attended schools with less than 25% of early literacy skills, and this group of learners obtained a score of 284. Those who did enter school with higher literacy levels obtained a much higher score of 323. So there's definitely a trend that we can see that the more often people do different learning activities with children, it really bolsters their achievement. Learning affected by school resource shortages, if we look at the trends between 2016 and 2021, almost 90% of the learners attended schools where it was somewhat affected, and very few where it was affected a lot or not affected at all. But if we have a look at the trend score, we do see that there are some remarkable differences in the score point average. For 2016, for those who attended schools that were not really affected by the resource shortages, they obtained 410, and in 2021, it was significantly higher at 444. But if we now look at the somewhat affected and affected lot, we do see that there's a large drop for those who had attended schools with somewhat affected, but a very small, not significant difference for those who attended schools where they were not affected a lot. When regards to parents who said that they were satisfied with their child's school, it was more than 80% of parents who did indicate that they are very satisfied with their child's school. And if we look at the score points, we do see that there is definitely an increase in that. Schools' emphasis on academic success. The majority of our school principals indicated that they only place medium emphasis, and very little, only 5%, indicated they have very high emphasis. And this really translates into the score point average. If we have a look, we see that 392 versus 268. So it's really important, the school climate and how the school themselves see the importance of what they are doing. Here we can see the teachers who are satisfied with their job, and very pleased to announce that the majority overall indicated they are very happy with their situation, and only 4% of grade 4 teachers indicated that they are less than satisfied with their job. In terms of school discipline for grade 4 learners, we see that 55% of school principals, the learners, indicated that there are minor problems, and I think this is to be expected. And only 30% that said that there are hardly any problems. Children who were attending schools where there are hardly any problems obtained a higher score of 347. And if we just compare that back to those who have moderate to severe problems, we see that it's a 240 score point. So there's a large jump, 107 jump between the two. So that's really something that could be further investigated. Learners bullied at school. I think this is also quite important for our South African context. We see here that 42% of our grade 4 learners say that they are weekly bullied at school. So that's really something to take home. Only 27% said that they're almost never bullied at school. If we look at the score point average, we see that those who are almost never bullied at school obtained a score of 359, compared to those who are bullied weekly to 243. I think this is really a stark image of how bullying is affecting our children in schools. The next slide here shows us teachers' formal education, and it takes us across from not having any sort of qualification up to master's or PhD level. So we have a look here, and we see that the majority of learners are taught by teachers with a bachelor's degree, which makes sense. We are working hard on obtaining degrees for our teachers, and then we do have a large sum of teachers with post-secondary training. In terms of experience, for the PIRLS 2021 results, we see that there's an actual increase from the 2016 results, whereby 43% of learners were taught by teachers who have less than 10 years experience. So this shows us that steady increase of getting younger teachers into the field, whereas teachers closer to retirement is only 35%. And if I remember correctly, in the previous cycle, it was 44%. Teachers who attended professional development, most of them focused on reading literacy and assessing reading. This slide shows us learners engaged in reading instruction. So when the teachers asked how often children do become part of the reading lesson, this is where it boils down to. And we can see that when learners do engage in these kinds of activities in the classroom, they are proactive with the teacher. The score points reach 315 compared to 225 if they are not that active. Something that is important if we want to talk about the reading culture in South Africa, and that is learners who like or those who enjoy reading. And we see that for the first time, I think we just have to make sure about the trend data, but first time we see that large percentage of learners who indicated that they very much like reading. So there's definitely some positive notes here that children do really enjoy reading. And when they do, their score points, obviously, it goes up along with that. One stock image here is the learner's confidence in reading. So when learners do have confidence and they exuberate that kind of a confidence, it really shows with their reading literacy scores, where they obtained 402 score points, versus those who indicated that they're not yet at that level, they're not yet confident, and obtained only 247 score points. So let's quickly zoom through the grade 6 before we get to the learner responses, and I think that's where we really want to spend our time. So again, with resources at home, this is now for grade 6 learners, we see that 70% of learners indicated that they are in households with some resources. And if we look at the score points, we see that those with many resources reached an average score of 591, compared to those with only few resources at home reaching 349. So these resources at home really includes things like, do you have more than 10 books at home? So that's really, really something to consider. Language of the test spoken at home for grade 6 learners. From the previous presentation, we noted that the grade 6 learners were only tested in English and Afrikaans. So here we asked them, do you always speak the language of the test at home? And only 18% said that they always speak the test language at home, with 51% saying that they only sometimes speak the language of the test at home. We observe a similar trend between the grade 4 and the grade 6 learners' parents, who indicate that they mostly somewhat enjoy like reading, but those who do indicated that they like reading very much, their learners achieved an average of 436. In terms of early literacy activities, similar trend is also observed for the grade 6 as with the grade 4s. With the school composition, again, if we're looking at the socioeconomic status of the surroundings of the school, we see that 58% of the learners' principals indicated that they are in a lower socioeconomic situation, and the learners achieved a score point of 359. In terms of language of the test as their home language, we again see here a similar pattern, except for the last group, the category of 25% or less. Here it's much higher with 50% of learners, but this makes sense due to our language and education policy, where we do the switching from mother tongue language instruction in grade 1, 2, and 3. For grade 4, they turn usually to English and Afrikaans, and here with grade 6, that is where we are at. Again, grade 6 learners who enter school with early literacy activities, we do see that there is some kind of a proportion shifting between these categories for grade 6 learners. If we look here, 33% said that the learners do not enter school with literacy activity abilities, and those who did scored 419 score points. So there's again quite a large jump between those who were not or not having those activities. Then learning affected by resource shortages. So again, with this slide, we can see that when we are looking at shortages at school level, those who were not affected obviously achieved a much higher score, 512, compared to those who affected a lot only obtained a score of 399. Now here we have an interesting conundrum where those who only selected that learning were affected somewhat by a shortage of resources obtained a lower score than those with affected a lot. So yeah, I do believe is we need to do some further investigations to find out how this result would have happened. In terms of parents, again, who are satisfied with their child's school, if the parents are happy with how the school is functioning, how well the child's adjusting in the school, how the parents are integrated into the schooling system, if they are very satisfied, it would appear that the learners' average scores then also went up. In terms of academic success from the school principals, we again see a slight similar trend from the grade 4s to the grade 6s, but with a much higher percentage of schools saying only medium emphasis are placed on academic success. Teachers' job satisfaction, we see here that almost 70% of teachers who participated in the study indicated that they were very satisfied with their job, with only 6% who said that they are less than satisfied. With school discipline for the grade 6s, we see that 53% indicated that there are minor problems in the school, with only 29% indicating hardly any problems. And if we look at the trajectory between hardly any problems to moderate to severe, in terms of the mean achievement score, we do see that there is a steady decline from the one to the other. Learners bullied at school, so here we do see, again, in terms of mean achievement score, similar pattern to that of the grade 4, where learners who are almost never bullied obtained a much higher and significant score compared to those who are bullied about weekly. If we look at teachers' formal education, here we again see ranging from did not complete grade 12 until master's degree. Majority of grade 6 learners were taught by those who had a bachelor's degree, closely followed by those who have an honors degree and post-secondary training. Teachers' years of experience, here we do see an interesting finding again, and that is teachers who have between 10 and 19 years of experience, those learners who were taught by those teachers obtained a slightly higher score than those with less than 10 years or closer to retirement age. Here we have grade 6 teachers who indicated attending professional development, and we do observe similar patterns from grade 4 where the teachers mostly focused on teaching reading comprehension skills, assessing learners in reading, and addressing learners' needs in reading. Learners engaged in reading instruction. So again, if the children are more engaged in the classroom, they often obtain a higher mean score compared to those who do not really participate in the classroom. Here we have learners who like reading or enjoy reading, and we see that 47% of the grade 6 learners indicated that they very much like reading in comparison to only 11% that said that they do not like reading. So again, we have to think about fostering that culture of reading and that love of reading at school level. Learners' confidence in reading, similar pattern observed where we see that learners who are more confident with themselves in reading obtain a score of 490 compared to 322 if they are not confident. So confidence in reading really shows us that children can obtain a higher score, but also that if they're not confident, they are not reading, they're not engaging in different texts, this is the type of analysis and results that we can expect. All right, so I think here's the more interesting bit, and I'm going to briefly just explain to you these two passages. So the first passage we have here is called The Empty Pot. It is a realistic fiction story of a little boy called Yun, and he is one of the village children who got a royal seed from the emperor to become the next emperor of China. So here the story just tells us a little bit more in detail about Yun and how wonderful his little garden is, but you can see that it's a lot of text that the children have to work through. Here it's another piece of the text. Here the village children had to show to the emperor their progress. Did their seeds actually grow? And little Yun there in the middle came to the emperor with an empty pot, where the boys next to him look very happy and showing these lovely plants that they have grown. But in the end, the emperor confessed and said that he boiled all of the seeds. So it means that the plants wouldn't have grown, the seeds wouldn't have grown. So it really tells us a little bit of a moral story here, that Yun, this little boy who was considered this best gardener in his little village, he tried everything to get his seed to grow, but nothing worked. And at the end, he was, he followed protocol and was honest about it, and he showed the emperor his empty pot. And unlike the end of the story that said, and the emperor smiled at Yun. So it nicely rounds off this story. Next, I have a couple of slides here that I've broken down according to the 4 processes of comprehension for PIRLS. So with the first bit is focus on and retrieve explicitly stated information. So that's where the child opens the passage in front of them, take their finger, go to the words, find the correct answer, keep their finger there, and write down the answer on the next page. So that's how easy it should be. So the question asked, and we can see here for grade 4 and grade 6, what did each child receive from the emperor? So the correct answer was a seed, and they could have said a royal seed, so that's fine, so long as seed is in the answer. Here we have a couple of examples of grade 4 and grade 6 learners who attempted the answer, and you can see the score points on the right-hand side. So they were confused in some places where they wrote a big plant. So across the story, it reads that Yun and all the children are working with plants, and he's the best gardener. So it all comes back to plants, but what did the emperor actually give each child? And that was one little seed. With the grade 6, we can see that they said a seed or received seeds, and then there's one child who wrote to teach children about plants. So obviously that skill of finding explicitly stated information is not yet entrenched. The next process of comprehension is make straightforward inferences. So basic inferences for each of the passages. So for the empty pot, the question asks, find the part of the story next to the picture of the leaf. What shows that Yun was the best gardener in the village? So it was for 1 mark. And here they just needed to indicate that he was the best gardener, or that the neighbors loved sharing Yun's plants. And one child in grade 4 actually nicely summed this up, the middle one, that said, his neighbors love to share the melons and cabbages. And I like this answer in particular because we can see the child thinking and crossing out his or her incorrect spelling error and fixing that. So that's actually very nice for us to see. Then on the grade 6 side, we see that some of them wrote things like he was already considered to be the best gardener. But that doesn't really take us to the inferencing bit to say that people loved to share in Yoon's garden vegetables. It just tells us, again, what's in the stem of the question, where it says, what shows that Yoon was the best gardener? So repeating the stem doesn't give you the correct mark. We also see here, before I go to the next slide, that for the grade 6s, they wrote here that the seed grew fast, which is correct, and then each seed was royal and very expensive. So again, that does not really speak to the fact that Yoon was the best gardener. Because remember, all of the children received one little seed. In terms of interpret and integrate ideas and information, so we are now getting to our higher cognitive type questions for grade 4s and grade 6s. And for this item, we see it's worth 2 marks. So we now know that there must be 2 correct answers given. And if we have a look on this slide, we see that none of the selected responses had 2 out of 2. This was quite a difficult question, I must admit. It asked, why did other children laugh at Yoon? Use what happened in the story to explain your answer. So they needed to tell us that they laughed at Yoon because his seed did not grow. And for the second mark, they had to indicate that that is why they laughed, because their seeds were growing. Remember that picture of Yoon and the other 2 boys standing there with the lovely plants, and Yoon standing there with his little empty pot. The last example for the empty pot, we have here evaluate and critique content and textual elements, and this is a multiple choice item. So just for clarity's sake, I think I should include here that a lot of the questions were open response, all right? The majority were open response items with supporting items in this format. So here the question asked, why was each seed called a precious possibility? And the options ranged from each seed gave a chance to win the contest, which is the correct answer, up until each seed gave a chance to become the best gardener. So here they had to go back, think about the entire text. Why did the writer call it a precious possibility right at the beginning of the story? And it was because each child in the village received an opportunity to become the emperor. On this screen, you can see just a quick item analysis, just percentages correct for each of the 17 items of the empty pot. And it ranges from focus on retrieve, as you can see, up until evaluate and critique. You can also see the types of questions and the percentages if we compare it between grade 4 and grade 6. Overall, for the grade 4s, we can see that this was a slightly difficult text. Majority of children received a 0 out of 1 for the items, with very few reaching full marks for a partial credit item. In terms of the grade 6, we do see a nice growth in the answers, where learners are more often getting the item correct, and those with partial credit items like item 9 and item 17 obtain at least more scores between 1 and 2, and then for the last one out of 3. In terms of the omitted and not reached, because you might see there's a stark difference between the grade 4 and the grade 6. Not reached means that the child ran out of time and they couldn't complete the assessment. So for grade 4s, we see the percentage quite picks up here from about question 13 onwards, where at the end 20% of the children not reached the final item, and with grade 6 it was only 5%. The next passage is The Amazing Octopus, and we did watch that nice video from the IEA. So here again is just to show you what the text looked like, and this is how it looked like in the actual text booklets for the children. And again, if we look at the focus and retrieve explicitly stated information across grade 4 and 6, the question that was selected for today's session was, what do octopuses use to make doors in front of their den? So right at the beginning of the passage, it nicely explains that they make use of rocks to create little doors for their dens. So all that the children had to write here, what the learners had to write, was that they were used or made use of rocks. Any other answer that referred to anything else, including things like shells, were not correct. In terms of make straightforward inferences, this, I think, was a very difficult question just due to the format, and perhaps something that could be looked into further is how our learners are dealing with different formats of questioning. This one, they had to tick all that apply, and it was worth 2 marks. So they had to tick, as we know from the video, they have round bodies, have 8 long arms, and they eat crabs and small fish. We noticed, if we look at the first example for grade 4s, where the child make 2 correct ticks and 3 crosses, that often happened during scoring, where we noticed that kind of a pattern. This question I did enjoy marking and quality checking. So it asked, the writer thinks octopuses are amazing, in inverted commas. Give 3 examples of what octopuses in aquariums have learned to do that are amazing. And here, it's important to note that children could not write any innate characteristics of an octopus. So anything like they have rounded bodies, or they have no bones, things like that, or being able to camouflage or changing their skin color, that would not have resulted in a mark. They here would have given examples of what they have learned while being in the aquarium. So that included things like opening jars, painting or creating art, solving little puzzles, and things like that. On the left-hand side, the first option we have there, we have a grade 4 child who really gave a long, lengthy answer, but none of it really pertains to what was asked. It tells us there that they have round bodies, bulging eyes, 8 long arms. Then we do have a lot of issues where the learners have not responded to this item, and this could have been to the fact that the time ran out, or that they merely did not fully understand the question and decided to go on to the next question. For the grade 6, we do see that they did more often than not attempt this question. With the learner on the bottom right, we see that they indicated that they hop up and down when they are hungry, so that is incorrect. But the 2 marks came from they played with their toys and they can paint. Here we have one example of a grade 6 learner who nicely put it in a few words and obtained full marks. The child wrote, they can play with balls, they solve puzzles, and they can paint. So this child was able to take the entire passage, go through it, go back if necessary to the appropriate sections of the text, and see what octopuses have learned in aquariums, and have written them down very concisely and obtained full marks. So this is really a super response from a child. Lastly, the slide shows us the evaluate and critique content and textual elements, so higher order thinking again. Again, it is a multiple choice format. The question asked, the article says octopuses are experts in disguise. What does this mean? The correct answer was A, they can look like something else, so they have to go back to the text where it said that how octopuses can change themselves. They change colors, their skin color, they become red, they become pink. It can have little spots. So that's what they meant with experts in disguise. The last slide for this presentation just shows us the breakdown of item analysis by percentage for the entire passage and its items. We see that it had 15 items, and across grade 4 and 6, there's definite patterns of improvement across the 2 grades. For grade 4, we see, if we look at question number 2, 60% did not provide the correct answer, but with grade 6, 54% were able to provide the correct answer. So there is definite growth between grade 4 and then moving on to grade 6. And that is, I think, something very nice that a study like PIRLS shows us, and perhaps something with the systemics in the future, is that growth between the different grades. Thank you.
Teacher, I wish the GET heads of all provinces were here. One of my other responsibilities, adult teaching. You can't keep adults for a long time. They are like grade R learners. If you don't engage them, if they don't actively participate, they sleep. Yeah, and they become exhausted and bored. So I wanted us to continue with the next presentation, but I feel, as an adult myself, that let me just give you 5 minutes stretch break and quickly run to the bathroom so that we come back. And grab tea.
Hi, Professor, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Can you quickly just press through your slides a bit? We just want to make sure it's working. Okay, thank you very much. I can see it's working. Thank you. So they're quickly having a 5-minute break, and then I'll let you know when we are on our way.
Can we reconvene? The break time is over. Can we please reconvene? The principal in the department requested me to reconvene the meeting as the Learner Representative Council member. So I have to get the class in order so that my principal can continue to run the program. Thank you very much, Dr. Mhaule. The program is getting exciting. Those who wanted to run away from school, they found themselves right in the middle of the classroom, dealing with very difficult assessment items. Assessment can be very cruel, you know. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Here is Deputy Minister. Let's welcome the Deputy Minister again. Thank you very much.
I thought I'm his size. Yeah, it's not raining, it's pouring. Lots of blessings. And we appreciate the cold winter that is coming. Now we are going to get respondents. The first one will be on the test score, their meaning, and their limitations. So the next speaker is a professor of quantitative research methodology at Indiana University. I think this time we're connected. Indiana University, his research is in international large-scale assessment. Her interest includes latent variables models and examining methods for comparing heterogeneous population in international surveys. Our speaker currently serves as the associate editor for the Springer Journal Large Scale Assessment in Education and as co-executive editor for the Springer Book Series, IEA Research for Education. She is also the chair of the PISA Technical Advisory Group and the National Assessment of Education Programs Questionnaire Standing Committee. She is also the editor of the Handbook for International Large-Scale Assessment. So I'm checking if we're ready, all of us, to receive Prof. L. Rutkowski from the University of Indiana. Welcome, Prof. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction, Deputy Minister. And I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to make some comments, and I welcome your questions. I'll be talking about test scores, their meaning, and their limitations. As you all know, you're here, and so you know a bit about international assessments. But I just wanted to remind us that there are a few of them, the big three, as they're called. There's PISA, TIMS, and PIRLS. They're on different cycles, where PISA is measured every 3 years, and it will start every 4 years after 2025. TIMS is every 4 years, and PIRLS is every 4 years, and PIRLS every 5 years. The populations, the who is measured in terms of who is measured, the domains that are measured differ across the assessment, and the organizations that sponsor the tests are also different in terms of the OECD, and then the IEA hosts TIMS and PIRLS. The number of countries that are large in all of the studies, and they continue to grow. So I wanted to speak just a bit about features of international large scale assessment. As the deputy minister said, my background is in quantitative research methodology, and so I'll talk a bit about some of the technical issues. We have a lot of constructs that we want to measure in a short period of time. And to attend to that, we use multiple matrix sampling. And also, one of the interesting features is that in international assessment, we want to make inferences of the population levels, not at the student level or the classroom level. So we can use sophisticated booklet designs. So the panel on the left shows sort of a typical assessment design where we take a sample of examinees and then we give them all of the test items. But because there are so many test items in a test like PIRLS, instead we use something where we take a sample of on the right examinees and we give them a sample of examinees and we give them a sample of items. And what you'll notice from this figure is that items overlap between examinees so that we can link their responses together and put them on a common scale for reporting. What do we gain by doing this? Well, in PIRLS 2021, it enabled the development and administration of 18 reading passages, which is 10 hours of testable material. But not every student takes 10 hours of a test. They divide these 18 reading passages across 18 different booklets, and in the end, each student is tested on just 80 minutes of material. And as I said before, the design where items are overlapping ensures that there's sufficient linking between that we can report on a common scale. And just to highlight an example of this linking and overlap, I have two reading passages where we can see in booklet one how did we learn to fly is in part one, and then if we go down to booklet 10, again we can see how did we learn to fly, that is in part two. And Icelandic courses we can see is in booklet 2 and also in booklet 6 in part 2. And that sort of pattern repeats itself in a way that we can interweave those responses together so that we can estimate achievement on a common scale for all respondents. A group adaptive design was recently implemented in PIRLS, and this was to account for the fact that achievement is very different across countries. And to at least partly attend to this, booklets were developed so that depending on where the expected achievement was for each country, the design could be that 70% of booklets would be more difficult or less difficult. Half and half would be more difficult and less difficult, or 30% would be more difficult and 70% would be less difficult. The South African design was the 30-70, where 30% of the books were more difficult and 70% were less difficult. And I'm going to come back to the appropriateness of this design toward the end of my presentation. So what else do we have in these international assessments besides all of the achievement information that we get from students? There are detailed and carefully developed background questionnaires that are that seek information about the context and correlates of learning. So there's a student questionnaire, a parent and home questionnaire in PIRLS. There's also a teacher questionnaire. And then the school leader is also administered a questionnaire. And you can see some of the content that is measured, like student attributes, attitudes, and experiences, the environment for learning at home. The teacher questionnaire asks about the instruction, information technology, the climate, teacher preparation. And you saw some of these results today in terms of the PIRLS results from 2021 and how these background variables relate to achievement. Then, so now a little bit of the painful mathematical equations that help us understand how the tests that we give to the children relate to their achievement. And item response theory is the framework that's used to both understand the items and to be able to score achievement so that we can report what students know and can do in the different domains. There are many, many different models. In international assessment, they usually use a version of one of the following, either the Roche model, the 2-parameter logistic model, or the 3-parameter logistic model. All of these models relate the probability of a correct response on a test item to the ability of the student or the proficiency of the student, and then characteristics of the item. The Roche model is the simplest, where it only considers the difficulty of the item. The 2-parameter logistic model is a bit more complex in that it considers the difficulty of the item as well as a parameter that's called discrimination. And this parameter governs how well an item can discriminate between students of different levels of proficiency. Finally, the 3-parameter logistic model considers the difficulty, the discrimination, and then also the possibility that students can guess on an item. In a multiple choice item, if they just randomly guess, they still have a 25% chance of getting the item correct. And so we can build in that possibility into the model with an additional parameter. The complexity of the models also necessitate larger sample sizes. So you need fewer numbers of students in a Roche model than you do in a 3-parameter logistic model. And then just a little bit visually, I don't want to teach a class on item response theory, but I would like to give you a conceptual understanding about what's going on. So on the x-axis in each one of these graphs is the proficiency continuum, also item difficulty. And proficiency, we usually, psychometricians refer to with the Greek letter theta. So theta typically ranges on a natural scale from -3 to 3. And then on the y-axis, we have the probability of a correct response. Each one of the curves refers to one of the items. The light gray item on the right-hand side is a more difficult item. The solid black line in the middle refers to an item of moderate difficulty, and then the dashed line refers to an easier item. And if we pick a point along the scale, I picked a theta of 0, then we can carry that red line up and find the probability of a correct response on each of these items. So someone who has a theta of 0, we would expect to have a probability of a correct response of 0.2 on the most difficult item, a probability of about 0.5 on the item of moderate difficulty, and then the probability of about 0.7 for this easier item. So as the items get easier, we expect the probability of a correct response to increase, and as they're more difficult, we expect the probability of a correct response to decrease. Now, the panel on the right shows an item that has varying discrimination, and this just describes the slope of the line. The steepest discrimination parameters for the light gray item, the shallowest is for the dashed line. And again, if we wanted to look at the differences in probability of correct response for small changes in proficiency, you can see how different these differently discriminating items would function. Then the last item that I wanted to mention is that for 3 items of varying guessing. So the first item, the solid, the solid and light gray line has a guessing parameter of 0.3. So at a given level, again, of theta of say 0.0, the probability of a correct response for this item is higher if only due to the possibility of guessing than, for instance, the dashed black line. So we use those models to estimate the item parameters, the difficulty, the discrimination, and then where we use them, the guessing parameters. And then in a next step, we estimate achievement. And again, because we have a very incomplete picture of what an individual student knows and can do, they only respond to 14% of the total test pool. Complex methods, it's a really heavy machinery that's used to estimate population level and subpopulation level achievement. It is fundamentally based in missing data treatment methods, multiple imputation. It treats achievement as being unobserved for every single examinee, and it integrates this item response theory model, so the models that I just described, with a population model. And this uses what essentially amounts to a regression model to predict plausible achievement values for all examinees. So again, a visual representation of what's going on. All of the background data from a student is used in what's called a conditioning model, along with the item response theory model. And again, we need to do this because we have too few item responses for the students. So we leverage this background information from the students to understand how like students will perform on the assessment. And together, this complex model gives us estimates of plausible values of achievement. So if you open up the PIRLS data set from South Africa or for any country, you'll see that you have multiple achievement values for each and every student. These are estimates of the plausible values that come from this very complicated model. And you can see that there's variability across students. So one row, this top row, the lowest drawn plausible value for the student is 377. The highest is 457, so almost a 100-point difference. And if you took the average of this and then also calculated the variance around it, you would see that for an individual student, there's a lot of uncertainty about what this student knows and can do. But as we average all of these values and calculate the average for the entire sample, we get a really precise estimate of what a large group of students knows and can do. And it's a powerful method to give students just a small part of the total test and still be able to make inference and subpopulation level. So these are used as population and subpopulation estimates. If we can talk about boys compared to girls in South Africa, or as Saret presented previously, how children do at varying levels of interest in reading and what their parents think about reading. What these data are not appropriate for is to rank or compare individual students, classes, or schools, because we have too little information because of that complex booklet design. We cannot make inferences, or we cannot make sufficiently precise inferences about the students, their classes and teachers, or the schools where they are learning. There are other challenges, and one of those that I've spent a little bit of time studying in the past year is that this is a low stakes test for students, teachers, and school leaders. There are no consequences for the students if they don't do well on the test. And as a result, engagement and motivation varies a lot by country. And countries do different things to motivate their students. I did some work in Slovenia, and they made these really nice illustrated bookmarks that had Tims and Pearls on it to motivate the children. In other countries, they have rallies before the tests to tell children to do their best. So it really differs by country. And this has an impact on engagement and motivation. So here's an example of how the relationship between achievement and the amount of time students spend on the test varies by achievement level. So this is from PISA 2015, where there are 7 benchmark levels from below level 1B up to level 6. And sort of in the middle, from level 1B to about level 4, you can see that there is a negative relationship at the country level, that the higher levels of achievement are associated with faster median response time, so the average response time within a country. So this suggests, especially for middle performers, that faster work is rewarded with higher levels of achievement. But at the very highest level, we can see that that relationship really goes away, and that there doesn't really seem to be much of a relationship at all. Now remember, this is at the country level, but when we look within the country, and this is a sample of a few different countries, we can see that instead of this negative relationship between proficiency level and response time, we see a positive relationship. So this bottom country is Korea, and they have on average pretty low response times, but within a country, the slower students tend to do better. The very top country is the Dominican Republic. And here we can see that that relationship looks completely different, and that those students who either go slow or go quickly are not rewarded differentially because of that. But what we can see from these very different relationships is that the relationship between engagement and proficiency is not common across countries, and that risks valid inferences because of this. So then I just wanted to talk a little bit about interpreting scores. When we're interpreting scores, we need some kind of context or frame of reference. We either need a reference to time, a reference to performance, or a reference to standards. And in a study like PIRLS, we're using descriptors about the items to compare students to one another and students to the difficulty and content of the items. So a test score has to be compared to some sort of reference in order to bring meaning to it. We can either compare scores to compare a score to scores other students have obtained, or compare a score to a series of detailed descriptions. And this is what goes on in PIRLS, a series of detailed descriptions that will tell what students know at each score point or which skills they have demonstrated successfully. Something to keep in mind with score interpretations, these are not infallible measures of what students know and can do. Scores are error prone because we have only a sample of students. We have a sample of test items that may or may not be appropriate for the population. And we have possibly varying levels of engagement and motivation. The reported scores are accompanied by estimates of uncertainty, so the standard errors. Scores should always be interpreted in light of the error. We should always recognize that this isn't a score that doesn't contain a number of sources of error: measurement error, sampling error, and if you're comparing over cycles, then there's also linking error. So in ILSAs like PIRLS, as I said, they engage in a sort of standard setting to set benchmarks, and this refers scores to groups of items. And benchmarks help to interpret the sorts of knowledge and skills that a student needs to answer questions. So in PIRLS, there are 4 benchmarks. There's the advanced, high, intermediate, and low. In the advanced, I'm not going to read all of these, but I just want to distinguish a couple of benchmarks. So at the advanced international benchmark, complex literary text, students can interpret story events and character actions to describe reasons, motivations, feelings, and character development with full text-based support. And they can also begin to evaluate the effect on the reader of the author's language and style choices. Again, I don't want to read all of this, but I just want to highlight a difference between an advanced international benchmark and a low international benchmark. When reading predominantly simpler literary text, students can locate and retrieve explicitly stated information, ideas, and they can make straightforward inferences about events and reasons for actions. And they can begin to interpret story events and central ideas. In South Africa, the overall reading score was 288, which is benchmark. And in this figure, I'm plotting the difficulty of the items using this bar chart, and then the achievement that was estimated in South Africa. What I want here is that there is a general mismatch in the item difficulty and the proficiency in South Africa. A well-matched test would be one where the achievement distribution overlaps well with the item difficulties, and we can see that that is generally not the case in South Africa. We also have an issue with differential item case where the item is more difficult or less difficult for a particular country than what the international estimated parameter suggests. And when there's a diff, if it's positive, if the item is more difficult in a country than the international estimate suggests, there's an achievement penalty. And there's definitely differential item functioning in South Africa. Based on the study by Boston College, 25% of the items function differently in the 4th grade, 8% of the items function differently in the 6th grade. And the models that are used by the IEA don't treat these differences. So because of a substantial match between students and the test that measures them, I would argue that PIRLS might not be the best measure of reading for South African learners. 25% of students were at or below guessing. And the consequence of this is that the data is less reliable. There's much more error around the estimates, and we don't know much about what South African children know and can do in reading on it. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present. And again, I welcome your questions.
I think she told us what our ears would have loved to hear. Yeah, the final word, I think, is what our ears were eager to hear. Respondent number 2 on the curriculum implications from PIRLS. The speaker is a professor of educational linguistics and NRF South African Research Chairs Initiative Tier 1 shareholder in the Department of Childhood Education at the University of Johannesburg, Soweto campus. She's a fellow of the American Educational Research Association, AERA. She leads studies in initial reading and early grades numeracy. Her research group has recently started with neuroimaging research using a device that operates with functional near-infrared spectroscopy. She is the editor of the South African Journal of Childhood Education and the founding editor of Education as Change. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor E. Henning. I think I pronounced the surname well, ne? Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister Motshekga, Deputy Minister Dr. Mhaule, colleagues from all over the country. It's really good to be with you. And thank you for inviting me and trusting me with 20 minutes of your time. So let's start. I am a teacher. Yes, I do research. Yes, I educate young people to become masters and doctors of education. But more than anything else, I'm just a teacher. So this presentation is going to be simply like a teacher would do it. I don't illustrate much. As a teacher of reading, I do know that if you have too many illustrations and too many colors and too many distractions from those, I wasn't talking about us today. In the class, when you are doing that most magical task of getting a young child to connect a part of her sound brain, I have a fancy word for it too because I study a bit of neuroscience, the planum temporale, which sits near the language areas, but which is very close to a very small part of the visual cortex. And they don't connect automatically. You don't learn to read because you have a lot of books around you and because your parents read to you and because you're wealthy and because I grew up in a house where there was only one book and it was the Bible and it was in High Dutch. But I went to a school where my old teacher, one of two in the little farm school that I went to, where he intuitively used phonics in the most modern way. And within 3 months, not only because my language was Afrikaans and it's most easy, and it is, I must tell you, I could read fluently. And soon I challenged my grandfather when he came to visit to read the Bible. Let's get back to reality. So I would like whoever is in charge to put on the first slide, please. You would want me to make suggestions about the curriculum. Well, I sat next to Dr. Makgabo, who is in the curriculum department of the DBE. I dare not make suggestions for curriculum. Not only because he sat next to me and sent me a vibe, but because I know the complexities of it. I know how hard it has been for the Department of Basic Education and all the people who work with them to implement the National Reading Plan. As hard as it has been for people in the New York school area. I'll come to that later. I also know that to be a teacher of initial reading is really hard, and that to get these thousands of men and women to get kids to transfer from spoken language to recognizing written language is not easy. Do I have to say next slide? Or do I do it? Oh my dear, I didn't see this, sorry. Batuena. So, like a teacher should, a teacher of reading, I'm going to ask the audience to just quickly read through this so that you don't have the conflict which our kids have in school, namely to listen, to see, and to see pictures, and to remain constantly attentive. And if it doesn't make sense to you, let's hope it will later. The teacher looks across the class, she sees the different groups, looks as if they have all finished. In terms of that outline, there are hidden challenges in any curriculum. It's hard, and in terms of initial reading, of teaching young people to recognize print and to associate it with the sounds they have in their mind, since birth, by the way, the words they know in their language, by the way, there are very many skills and things that operate and that impact initial reading. For instance, the first one. I'm sure in this audience, everybody knows what executive functions are. I didn't until about 8 years ago, so it's the ability to focus, to pay attention, not to be distracted, and to shift from one thing to the next. Like a teacher comes at the end of the reading lesson, put away the books, okay, open the maths books, yeah. That sort of shift is what young children do all day, and I think we forget it. And then another thing which I've also learned lately, and that is mostly through the work of my wonderful PhD student, who is now Dr. Similane. Yay! Fikile Similane at UJ. Her PhD, and I'll talk about it now because I want to also honor her in this. Most of what I say, I have shared with her or she shared with me. So let's just get that straight. PhD supervisors don't know a lot until they work with their student. The capacity of working memory. Okay, 2 seconds. What did you take in those 2 seconds? Can you remember any of it? What did you hear? What did you see? And then it's gone. It's either gone straight up to stored in memory, or, as we always say, when you know the little boy who sits at the back and who doesn't pay attention? And then you're asking the question directly, and he says, I forgot. Fact is, he really forgot, because he didn't take it in. Because we didn't allow him to have it repeated, formulated, and not disturbed. Oh, the third one is a problem. I pick up trouble all over the country and elsewhere because of that third one. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, huh? And then we have a test which is international, and we ask them to identify letter names. I don't want to be too facetious about this and crack too many jokes, because some of my jokes can get really weak, but I come out in a fever when I see how the alphabet names are drilled into children while they are not even close to knowing the phonemes of their language. And in Fikile's study, there were 49 phonemes because she studied kids in an isiZulu school. And these alphabet charts, you know what they look like? They are distributed, and I must always say, because got an issue with people who make too much money out of educational commerce. Oh, did I put it off now? Not yet. If you sit in your class and you're trying to hear what the teacher says when she says the sound L, or the sound P, or the sound A. And there's this chart that has capital letters and a small alphabet and a picture. And the picture is usually of a noun or that is an animal. Now, all of that comes together at the same time, and then, of course, the chappie who sits at the back will not remember. Please look at the left side. You're sitting close to that chart, and it catches your eye often during the day, and then teacher refers to it, and then you must search for it, and by that time, your working memory is really overloaded to the point where it just says stop. Executive functions go. I couldn't make the one on the right big enough, but that's really a bad one. You can find it on the internet. Would you like to read quickly? So that is why when people think that you can pick up reading by being exposed to print, they don't have a big case. If they were to stand up in the International Court of Arbitration for Education and they say, like Lucy Calkins at Teachers College with her units of study, which ruined the reading lives of so many kids in the United States, what can they say? Our species, as human beings, have been around so long, but it's only 5,000 years ago that we actually began to try and make small symbols for writing. Yes, we did a lot of drawing before the time, that we know. But the organized system that we, in this part of the world and in a lot of all over the globe, we use the Western, Latin, alphabet system. It has 26 little tools, but that's all they are. They are not important except that they are little tools. Like in my father's toolkit, he was a bricklayer. There were this and that, and we often took some of that and played with it and so on. The organized system is not the answer, unless you are a bit older, you can read well, and you have to spell something, not just for the spelling bee, but to show that you can actually transfer your knowledge of the way a word appears, how it's sounded, and what its alphabetical name is. N-A-M-E. but not at the beginning of grade 1. Okay, you will see that the slide is somewhat sardonic due to the bold. We hear the term reading for meaning, reading with comprehension. Fikile wrote in her study, if you do not understand what you read, you are not reading. You are doing something else. You are not adding semantics to it. So don't call it reading. That's not me, that's Dr. Similani. If you recognize a word because you have learned to decode it and to put the phonemes together to make it graphemes that you recognize, then, if you know the meaning of the word, you are reading. And then, if you are doing it with a couple of those words in a row, not just nouns, not just verbs, all of the parts of speech, then, and because that's the problem, I think, with non-cohesive reading, is because we don't put things together enough in the first few months of literacy education. So the way words are in a sentence, and Karen and our colleague from, where was she from? Illinois? No. Indiana. Explained very nicely. There's meaning if you know the words in that sentence, and if you see them together. It's not meaningless. And then the way that sentences follow on each other cohesively, because the one sentence links onto the next one. I'm sorry, but many of our basal readers don't do that. They have a lot of loose sentences, which does not teach children to move from one bit of information to the next. So they're just loose. And I think the last one is quite important. Not quite important. It is very important. Children bring their lives to school. They bring their vocabulary to school. They bring their syntax to school. They bring their intonation to school. The way I copy Setswana when I try to speak, it is Nakibua Setswana, but it doesn't sound right. But when I say Asuka wena, it works because there's some intonation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude to you. We have found that this model of initial reading comprehension works extremely, extremely well. When we teach it, Fikile and I and others, we say to get to word recognition, which is on the right side in blue, you have to recognize a letter, but not its name, just its shape, because it can represent a phoneme. It's not a letter's name. There's no certificate for it. It's just a sound which is written. Phonemic awareness, which we talk about so much, is not something that children are born with. When you bring up a child, do you ever split the phonemes when you speak to a child? No. Okay, this one is on the right side is pretty obvious to all of you. But what is more important, and I think that's what we're missing, because I asked my colleague, what is the isiZulu word for emperor? Like little Yun got a seed from the emperor. So did they translate it with chief or king or something, I guess. But to understand what you read, you have to, if you look at the bottom, on the red side, phonological knowledge. Now, phonological knowledge is just the thing we know. You know, can I speak in my home language just for a minute? Nee, Herman, wat maak jy so? You see. So that is the phonology of my language. And if it weren't on television now and my students may be watching, I can use another word and say, "Niemand politiekar," those of you who know the band. It's a rude word in it. And so I work a lot with people in the wonderful country of Finland, and their language is as open, as transparent as isiZulu. They have the same traditions in making up morphemes. It's very beautiful to hear them, but it always sounds as if they are fighting when they're speaking. It's really incredible, the tonality, the rhythm, the fluency, and that's the phonology. And so when I started to hear English when I went to school, my teachers said to me, the other teacher, not the first one who taught me to read, "You don't say it like that." How do I say it, miss? "You must say it like that." That's phonology. And we have very important people at our university who are, like me, from an Afrikaans background, and then they speak the most incredibly difficult, detailed English about nanotechnology. I don't understand a word, but I know that they are speaking Afrikaans. That's the phonology. And the syntactic word. Every language has its own way of making sentences. There's a beautiful new article in the Southern African Journal of Linguistics and Applied Language Studies by Lekiti Mabalela, somebody from Umalusi also. It's a fantastic article about why African languages don't have the same pinpointing and order as the European languages that we use, yet we force our children to read and write like that. It's a very nice article. So you must also have linguistic knowledge. And what do we teach kids? If you look at those charts and some of the books that our kids use, well, it looks as if the world consists of nouns. That's it. And maybe some verbs. And I think if we neglect all these other connectives of language when we teach reading in any grade, we may be on the wrong path. Okay. I don't want to teach you now, but this is what my colleague from Curriculum Studies asked, so what would you suggest? I cannot suggest anything for a curriculum, but one thing I do know, and that's from a long, long time in teaching and teacher education. In this part of the world, Gauteng and Northwest, teachers are the nexus of kids learning to read. We cannot rely on all those parents who are struggling to make a living out there. We cannot rely on the internet or cell phones. It's our teachers. And I treasure teachers. And I say, if we can build a very simple understanding, simple in the sense that it's not rocket science, that teachers just know how reading works. They adapt their practice, and they do it intuitively. We've seen that. We've seen it at 4 schools in Soweto and 1 in Northwest. So this is how kids learn to read. They see the letter or the group of letters which represent a phoneme. Ch. It's not just one letter, no? Eye sees it, and immediately that small letter or group of letters travels through the eye to a special place in the brain. And this has been shown in lots of neuroscience studies. And that place has become known as the word form area. So teachers help children to move from that grapheme, that written phoneme, to the sound, which they already have because they stored it, these clever little ones, since birth. They stored the sounds of their language. It's there, it's really very powerful. Okay, so did you see the caption for the next slide? Because I couldn't fit it onto the slide. Oops. Back. The red arrow that goes 2 ways, that's what the wonderful teachers who teach reading well happen to facilitate in the mind, in the brain of a child. By the way, where does reading take place? Nowhere else. So when I first got to know this illustration, and Figile used it and explained how the phonemes of isiZulu that are stored there in the plenum temporale from birth onwards, they just go and sit there. How you can link these two with really clever teaching. And what is also noticeable is that this plenum temporale and this part of the visual cortex, the visual word form area, they are close to the traditional language areas for meaning. This was in the New York Times a few days ago. It's the biggest school largest school system in the United States. The head of the system is called a chancellor. And this guy his name is Duke. The second item here may remind you of the model that I shared earlier, that vocabulary and language skills, background knowledge are taught alongside phonics. This doesn't sound like good news, does it? I don't completely agree with what this journalist wrote. I think that change doesn't have to happen from the top down, from new policy, new this, all the provinces, all the district circuits, and so on, up to the SMTs at schools. I think it can come from the bottom with only a small bit of information for teachers. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Thank you.
I thought I was the best teacher. So today I know that Prof. LB is, what is more best, teaching? If something is, I think there's best on top. What if something is top of the best? That's where you belong. You are a perfect teacher. What she was just saying, as I was sitting there, I wanted to thank our previous speaker, Prof. Rutkowski to say we knew that in Indiana it was 6 o'clock when she started presenting, and she woke up and she was ready for this meeting. But just like all the learners, as I stood up there, I forgot to thank her. So now our next speaker is a director of the Oxford University Center. Our next respondent number 3, is a director of the Oxford University Center for Educational Assessment. She has been the head of the Department of Education at Oxford, standing advisor to the Parliament's Education Select Committee, president of the Association for the Educational Assessment Europe, and is currently a member of the Scottish Government's Independent Review Group. Her research interests are in educational assessment, including system-wide structure and processes, examination standards, marking, and assessment design. In 2019, she was awarded an honorary degree by the University of Bergen. She previously advised on the national assessment in South Africa and conducted research in several countries internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Joanne Baird.
Thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this important event, Chair. Literacy is so important, as all of the speakers have emphasised, for a good life, for a functioning economy. And without it, children are locked out of education in all of the subjects. Raising literacy is obviously a global concern and has been a long-standing policy commitment in South Africa, as the Minister emphasised this morning. In this presentation, I want to look at what we know about whether and how international assessments like PIRLS, TIMSS or PISA are used for policy making by governments worldwide. And then I'll come back to what South Africa might want to do with the kinds of data that they have available. Now, can I move my slides on? Yeah. So here is some information from a report by UNESCO. So they don't produce these international tests that I'm talking about, so you might think of them as an honest broker here. And the authors were looking at how governments in the Asia-Pacific region had used large-scale assessments, so not just international assessments, but data from large-scale assessments in general. They were interested in how it had affected policy. Now, I say they're an honest broker, UNESCO, but there is literature which shows the networks between these international organisations, so that some of the same people are involved across these organisations. I want to start at the bottom right-hand side of the slide here. These are the ways in which they identified that governments approach the data. Now, one thing you could do with the data is decide which policies or formulate an entirely new policy. You could use the data to do that. Now, in this study, they didn't find any evidence of governments using the data in that way. What they found was that, in general, national assessments rather than international assessments were used to influence policy formulation. Now, policy implementation is an area where largely national data, but also international data has been used to evaluate where you might put your resources, for example. So Australia used the PISA tests to monitor equity across different ethnic groups. and they put more resources in areas that needed it by ethnic group. Another way you could use the data is to monitor your existing policies and to look at how effective they have been. Level, Japan has been using PISA to establish whether the education system as a whole has been operating. There are lots of examples of all of these things, so I'm just picking for time-wise. An area where there's actually a lot of activity is in terms of agenda setting. These authors put it very politely. They say that have used the international test data to leverage support for policies. When a policy is going to be introduced, you have to explain why it's needed or that it will address. What authors in the wider literature have found that often that the international test data is being used to justify policies that are pre-existing. So it's not a response to the data as such, but it fits the pattern of the data. There are lots of examples of that. For example, Denmark, Portugal, Turkey, I could go on. I like this report in lots of ways. I think it's insightful and it's well presented. It's a consultancy style report, which means that the methods are unclear, and that leads you to have questions about the policies and how they were selected. There's very little information about them as well. And also, how did they know how they were used in policy? What information did they gather to decide that? So in the end, with reports of this kind, you have to trust the authors or not. And this isn't good science, essentially. I also published a couple of reviews in 2016 of all of the international academic literature related to PISA and PIRLS. And as part of that, we looked at what the focus of that literature was. And there are lots more articles on PISA than PIRLS, full stop. So one of the messages of those reviews was that PISA is far more influential, which is probably partly because it focuses on secondary schooling rather than primary. But also the OECD have been very good at promulgating the test. So we looked at how many articles were focused on the policy effects of these tests. And we found for PISA, there were 144 at that time, several other articles on the policy effects of PISA. For PIRLS, there were 10. So PIRLS just seems to have been less influential and less used in policy altogether. Yet it's a very important focus of the test on literacy, and it's a very important age at which literacy really needs to be formed. Now, one of the messages from the wider literature is that assessment and data literacy of policymakers is key there. You really need this to be able to know how to interpret the test data, lest you put your eggs in the wrong basket and draw the wrong conclusions. Now, in the wider academic literatures, authors have looked at the agenda of the international test agencies themselves. If you look at their role, they're there to sell products, consultancies, and actually broad ideas to governments. So one of them is that literacy can be measured in a universal manner across all of these languages, and that governments should compete to go up the international league tables. Now, we hear this morning that's not the approach in South Africa. Nonetheless, this is the backdrop of the use of international tests. So international testing agencies are also able to give cases of success stories that could inform policy, so you can borrow policy from other countries. So here's an example where Brazil was being promoted, and I'll come on to that in a moment. But to just illustrate the kind of ways in which the international test data can profoundly influence countries, some countries actually changed their national curriculum to be in line with the PISA curriculum. So in effect, they wanted their education systems to teach to those tests. Now that could be because they saw things in that curriculum that they thought were beneficial, or it could be because they wanted, some people have accused Germany, for example, of trying to game the system and go up the league tables. So if I turn to Brazil, because it is an interesting case, we saw, I think it was in 2012, that Brazil had targeted lower performing students to bring up their overall average in PISA. So this is quite an unusual approach. Often countries target the most able students, but there's a raft of reforms in Brazil that were designed to help the low performers. And the result of that was that low performing regions did better in the tests. And this happened despite the fact that school attendance was higher. So when you increase school attendance, you usually get more low performing students in the system, and they usually bring down the results. But these policies seem to have had a very positive. However, there's an interesting paper in 2020 which looks at what they call the student composition in the PISA assessments. Now, what they were interested in was the sample of students who took the tests and how that changed over the various series of the tests. And that there are requirements, parameters about the age groups who have to take the test. But what they found was that over different series, slightly older students from higher grades had been taking the tests. And when statistically they controlled for that, it explained almost all of the increase. So this leads you to question then whether it's the policies that had the effect here, or whether it was these entry policies and sampling policies about different students. So edutourism has been a big implication from international testing. One study calculated that 30,000 educationalists had visited Finland to find out how they did so well on PISA. So I think this is a cautionary tale, because it might be that these policies were not causal here. So before you pack your bags, it's important to just look at everything we might know about how countries have changed their performance in these tests. But this is very complicated. So today, of course, the results have been released for England too. So in PIRLS 2021, it's not on my slide because obviously it's only become public today. But in England, in PIRLS 2021, my research centre is currently presenting the results as we speak. We have done almost exactly the same as we did in 2016. But that's now made us fourth in the global league table. So we've moved up the ranks by staying the same. Now that raises its own questions about how, under the pandemic, England managed to maintain the same average score when clearly the pandemic affected schooling and access to digital education and so on. So there are lots of policy questions that remain unanswered, even when you haven't changed because the world has. Even when your scores haven't changed, the world around you has. But I wanted to illustrate a point, and I was really glad to hear Professor Henning talking about phonics. I wanted to illustrate a point by going back to our 2016 report. So in 2016, our results had improved, and we were seeking to explain why that was the case. The main policy emphasis in England in literacy had been a phonics policy. So the question is, has that been really successful, and has that caused the increase in results in 2016? So we looked through the encyclopedia and then other information internationally, and we found that several countries, including South Africa, actually had phonics policies in place. Now, the countries here in green had significant rises in 2016 in their PIRLS outcomes, and the countries in red had significant decreases, and the ones in the middle didn't have a significant difference from the previous session. So it's hard then to draw a conclusion that phonics policy on its own, without taking into account the context or how it's done and so on, is really very causal in terms of the outcomes of the test. So in other words, we need other evidence. The international test data is just one source of evidence, and there are multiple policies affecting a country at any one time. So the poverty rates for children has gone up dramatically in England over the last 10 years. And it's remarkable, in fact, that our results are not declining for that reason. So there must be some counteracting effect. So there are many, many things here that we need to look at to explain the results. Now, if we turn to South Africa in 2016, there's a nice paper by Gustafsson and Taylor, and it was mentioned earlier that this will be a chapter in a forthcoming book on 10 years of PIRLS in South Africa. So if you look at the results over time here from the 2006 PIRLS round through 2011 to 2016, you can see that there was a trend. It looked like a trend of increasing results. So the authors tell us about the kinds of improvements that have occurred in the education system and the kinds of policies that might have affected that. So I've just listed them here, I pulled them out of the paper, and it's clear that this is very complex. Even in this outline, and other people might want to add to this list, there's a lot going on there. So no doubt all of these are important for lots of reasons, not just for PIRLS, but it's hard to explain exactly how a single outcome, a mean, on one of these scores is being caused by these multiple predictors. But a question then is whether what looked like an increasing trend in South Africa has been disrupted by COVID, which is obviously a big disruptor internationally. So here are the grade 4 results for 2016 and for 2021 for South Africa, broken down by language spoken. So 2016 is in blue, and we see, if you look at South Africa overall, obviously, as we heard earlier, the mean has gone down. And we also know that the English and Afrikaans groups tend to do better than the other language groups in the test. But what's really striking is that during COVID, the English and Afrikaans groups, their means actually went up according to this test. Whereas if you look at the other language groups, if you compare the blue bars with the red, you can see that the averages for the other language groups have gone down. So there's a question about whether the differential effects of COVID in these language groups can be seen through the results of the international tests. We know that it affected individuals and groups in society very differently. COVID had a large interaction with inequality. And there was online learning, there was TV and radio education in South Africa, but there might have been hugely variable access to education during the pandemic, even more so than normally. So there are lots of reasons to interpret with caution the results of these tests. Leslie Rutowski gave us an excellent overview of how the modelling works and how to interpret the scores earlier. But it's very complicated. It's hard to think of it as transparent. The security of the tests means that our previous speakers showed us some of the items and how they're scored, but we can't see the entire tests because that would affect the modelling. So we can't see either what students in each of these language groups actually did, how they responded for the scores that they got. So that there's a lack of transparency in many ways with the tests. These are all issues from the academic literature, by the way. There are many papers on each of these topics. One of the things about this standardised testing model, as I said earlier, it assumes that you can assess literacy in all of these languages in the same way around the world. So if you have a particular question, it's assumed to be equally difficult in every language. Well, 25% of the items didn't fit the model in South Africa. So that's just one of the ways in which we might question a standardised testing model. But languages are actually quite different. There are profound differences between them. So there are other things that we might consider there. So even when there's careful translation, you can get language effects because some things are more difficult in some languages and some things are easier in some languages. One study on an international test of adult literacy showed that 40% of French adults were illiterate, which was quite a surprise to the French. And then a study was conducted which retranslated the test and the results of illiteracy plummeted. So there are real issues about exactly how the questions are expressed. And we know this from national tests, even when they're not translated. And the University of Pretoria, as we heard earlier, and here in Oxford, we're looking at translation effects in PIRLS. So there's a big question too from what we've seen about whether the level of demand is right for all countries. If it's too hard, then the estimation from the models might be poor. It might underestimate or could overestimate, it's likely to underestimate the ability level of the test takers. I also just wanted to mention that these tests correlate with intelligence, with IQ, very highly. There are lots of papers that use the results as a proxy for IQ due to this high correlation. So if you want to interpret that way, the Chinese are much more clever than other countries. North Italy is more clever than the South and so on. It actually gets quite racist, really. So this illustrates a problem, though, with over-interpretation and how the results might be used. There are variable effects of COVID between countries, but also within countries, as previously discussed. A digital assessment was used this time. There'll be a separate report on that. This raises questions of digital literacy and digital poverty. As I mentioned about Brazil, there are issues about sampling and the grades and the age of the students. And as we know, there are criteria for who takes the test and who's excluded. And there's lots of literature showing that that can be an issue in different countries too. For example, in some countries, the children of migrants are not included in the test. In fact, in Beijing, that was true for a long time too. So this causes inflation of the results compared with if you include the students of migrant workers typically. There are motivation effects. There's a survey that asks students how motivated they were. And we know from research that some student populations are very nationalistic about the tests and others really don't care about it at all. And then there's the relationship with the curriculum. Emma Nardi in a 2008 paper put this very well. She said that where the tests are completely the same as your own national curriculum, it's easier to interpret. There's all those other issues that we've just looked at, but it's easier to interpret the outcomes of the test where it's entirely commensurate. But how likely is that to be the case? I mean, we've got tests that are designed to look at learning across all of those different countries, so we can more or less forget that. The likely cases are going to be where the test is overextensive, where it tests more than is in your national curriculum, or where it's underrepresents your national curriculum, your curriculum is broader. So what does that mean? Well, if it's overextensive, the kids are tested on material they weren't taught. So how useful is it to know that? They're not very good at stuff they haven't been taught. And presumably you have good reasons for the design of your own national curriculum. If it underrepresents your curriculum, well, it doesn't test the full breadth of what students know. So then it actually underestimates the education system. So these are serious, just looking at curriculum, this is a serious issue about interpretation. So in saying these things, if we want to compare internationally, there's a wealth of expertise behind these international tests, and this might be the best way this can be done, but the results are not straightforward. They can't just be taken as they stand. They need to be interpreted in a nuanced way. So more or less in summary, really, and some jumping off points, there are two strands to the international test policy literature. There are positive cases of how policy has been affected, and these usually come through consultancy approaches. And then there's a load of other literature, usually academic, which are more critical cases, which essentially say that the tests are used to support existing policies. Now, that doesn't mean to say that any of that is how South Africa needs to use the results of the international tests. But as well as that, there's national data that can be used to affect positive change. And we saw that in the UNESCO report, that in fact lots of governments have really leaned on their national data. So a question arising from all of this is whether this available data can be used to address regional and local policy issues in South Africa, as well as national matters. But I'd like to sort of turn this on its head in a way, to ask, what do policymakers need to assist them in using the data, and whether the data helps them with the kind of policy issues that they can identify, since they bring their expertise in terms of what's happening in schools and classrooms and communities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Bet, Prof. Oh, thank you so much. That was our third respondent. Now we're coming to the potential next step for improving reading literacy. And the presenter holds a doctoral degree from the Tshwane University of Technology, TUT in South Africa. The focus of his research was on the benefits of using standards in reporting the results of large-scale assessment to facilitate effective use of the data for informing decision-making. The presenter participated in and managed the implementation of large-scale assessment in the schooling system in South Africa. This included cycles of systemic evaluation, annual national assessments, as well as the international standards in which South Africa participated. For example, your SACMEC, since his retirement from the public service, he has been involved in a number of research and development initiatives to improve teaching of the primary school mathematics and literacy. He is currently attached to the University of Johannesburg as an associate researcher. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join our hands together as we welcome Dr. M.Q. Moloi to come and present.
Thank you very much, DM, in your capacity as the program director of this occasion. Honorable Minister, Motshekga, DG, all protocols observed. I've been sitting and listening, and I wondered if there was still any reason to talk other than to say, what are we going to do and how are we going to do it differently? I've got 3 slides to share, 3 slides, so you can see that's the easiest part. The most difficult part is what are we saying in these 3 slides? I happen to be in a team that was roped in by the department called a technical assistant group. So whatever I'm saying here which is not right must be ascribed to that group, not to me as a person. DM, I will share these slides quickly. They are very fast. Firstly, from listening to all the presentations here today, I think we have got a very good helicopter view of what is happening in our country. But in addition, we have got a broader understanding of what is happening. I mean, those systemic evaluations and Elna, Dr. Rolin mentioned, I think they are talking more at the level in which we operate. Just 2 comments, then I'll go on to my slides. I happen to go to one country at the bottom most of India. They call it Kerala. I was on a visit, the educational visit, and it was interesting to see in the afternoon groups of people that were congregating under trees and that kind of thing. And I thought they were either supporters of chiefs or pirates. I didn't know what they were about, only to learn that these were actually reading clubs that involved community people, parents, and so on and so on and so on. The school has got its part of teaching reading, literacy, and all that, but the community was actually leading that process. Wow, I said, this is very interesting. So the issues are wide and the issues are broad. But our slant and I'm glad here we said potential next steps. If you had asked me for the next steps, I wasn't gonna talk. The question that we're addressing here is, what will be done differently? What needs to be done differently? And our take is, we have evidence, and evidence doesn't help you if you don't use it. You can wash at evidence and marvel at it, but it will never take you anywhere. You need to do something about the evidence. Use of evidence to support every learner at the point of their need. That should be what dictates our strategy. Take every child from where they are. Professor Henning said something very interesting. I grew up knowing that mathematics was the most difficult thing, and because children are born with instincts of mathematics. They tell us long before a child can, within a few months, the child can tell how many people are in the room, a baby. Can tell there's one person here, they may not say it, but they're aware one person is missing here. Either a mom or a dad is missing, or a granny, somebody is missing here. But they never, ever are able to identify the things that Professor Henning was talking about. Reading is a rewiring of the brain. Wow, it's a rewiring of the brain. They say it creates a pathway that is not natural. So when you teach people mathematics, you are enhancing, developing what they are born with. But when you teach them reading, you are rewiring their neural makeup. So what are we going to be doing then? We suggest focus on promoting action that leads to improved learning and teaching, and we're saying specifically learning and teaching of reading. Now, I cited that Kerala example because we're saying perhaps the engagement of a broader forum than just local people, getting international people there, provides perhaps a balance among the technical, the practical, the national, and the international perspectives on data use. The important thing is, what are we going to do with this data that we have? What does it mean to say our country is at 288? I mean, a teacher will not do anything with that. If they were drinking, they will continue drinking, because 288 does not make any difference. But if you say this data, when you interrogate it, it says these children cannot identify whether it's in Xhosa or Zulu or English, and they can see the wood for the trees. National and international results, simultaneous. Now, here's a big strength that we have. We have the national and the international results at the same time, simultaneously. That's important. So we've got a big vision from above, but we know what's happening on the ground. So the data is comprehensive, and I think the international respondents have really spoken about this. And there's a process here that I think people like Professor Kanji had been talking about even at the time that we were doing annual national assessments, development of benchmarks and performance levels. Develop national benchmarks and performance levels across the schooling system to identify and report on the knowledge and understanding of skills. Now, the scores are very important. If you look at the models that those psychometricians are talking about, one parameter, 2 parameter, and other parameters, and so on. That's not what teachers want to hear. Teachers want to hear, what can I do with this little mushanyana, Mosotho mushanyana in my class? And I looked at the text. They're very interesting, and I agree with Professor Baird. And others. The context is very important. Look, if you read an English text, boys, it's one word, easy, boy, boys. When you take that into the context of another language, mushanyana, now you might be forgiven to think that mushanyana already includes boys and girls. But you will be surprised when we say boys and girls. Then it becomes mushanyana na mantombazana. You can almost feel 2 lines on an A4 page. So the differences are huge and need to be taken into consideration. So if we say benchmark, for instance, would an English benchmark and an isiZulu benchmark be the same thing, Prof. I stand corrected. But these things will not come up on their own. They need the people with the technical know-how and the people who know what happens on the ground to work together and work out what works for our situation. So the dissemination and effective utilization of the data will be very, very critical here. Dissemination of results is strategically coupled with capacity building at all levels, I mean, if we were to take these results and put them in the public now, what do you think is going to happen? People are going to look at this. Okay, so what has happened? Now we have improved. No, we have declined. Okay, fine, that's good. And then we continue, but it can't be. We need to use that evidence to improve teaching and enhance learning for all learners. Very important, for all learners. And what does all mean in these contexts that we're talking about here, these language differences? And I want to emphasize, my view, DG, is that it's not just language. You know, when we sit on research here, it's language. It's not language. There's something much deeper than that. There's something much deeper than that. To say, those who said they are speaking Xhosa, no. There's a deep rural area called Qobo somewhere, where hardly any water, electricity, the school is used by pupils in the morning and by goats in the evening. I went to a school like that in Lusikisiki. In the morning, this room is used by pupils and the teacher. In the evening, that's where they keep their animals, their goats stay there. So when we say all learners, we really mean all learners, regardless of where they come from in the country, so that we can address issues of quality and, even more important, issues of equity. Equity. Does everyone have access to this kind of thing? Monitoring and evaluation, increased use of evidence to monitor implementation and evaluate outcomes. Continuous research. We got the results in national, international, but we need ongoing research into what works, not in that other country, but here. Because we've got our own complexities here, I'm not going to talk about them, you know, the multiplicity of languages, the decline in the socio-economic status. If somebody says parents must breed to their children, yes, it's good, ideally, but the truth of the matter is parents are more concerned about issues of bread and life. I mean, bread and life, or life and bread. Those kinds of things. So there are things that they consider more essential than just reading with babies. That's serious. The demographic disparities, urban, rural, the demographic disparities, urban, rural, the COVID-related backlogs. Anyone who doesn't take into cognizance the effect of the COVID on the learning and teaching then has missed the point. Last slide. Good news. So what do we think needs to happen, DM, as program director? Strategic reporting of results. Strategic implies the fact that we include how to read them, how to interpret them, what do they imply in terms of your function in providing LTSM? What do they mean in terms of what you need to do as a district person to support schools and teachers and so on? So the key activities that we think need to be engaged on between now and in the very next soon future is to do capacity building. And by that we don't mean making everybody a psychometrist to do rush analysis, that kind of thing. No, what does the score of 288 mean? What are those levels that we talked about in systemic evaluation? What do they mean? What do they mean in terms of what we do on a daily basis? Data interpretation, decision making. And I think I must emphasize this. If you've got that evidence, it must prompt you to decision. Support. Support. I'm glad Prof. Henning has mentioned this. Teachers have got an enormous task of changing the wiring of the brains of the children so that they can read. So they require support. What kind of support? And then how do we make sure we monitor and evaluate that? So we think there's need for a national consultation, and then which will involve all sectors, TPE, PD, the people who are on the ground, support schools, provide materials, and so on, capacity building and support for making sense of these so many results that we have got now. We have got a full suite of what we need. But if we do some kind of, I said we need ongoing research, do these things that we talk about work? And unless we do some kind of research that involves particularly districts and schools, because that's where things happen. Things don't happen in Stroop and Street. Things happen in that classroom that is used during the day for teaching and learning, and used in the night to keep goats. So anything that will work there will work anywhere. That is our take. So we put there the people that we think need to put their heads together, and relevant DB officials, stakeholders, researchers, provincial officials, district officials, and SMTs. Perhaps, and we're not going to, not talking about schools and teachers, if you look at that now, but we're saying if we capacitate those, if I'm a subject advisor and I need to go to a school and give guidance on how to teach reading, then I must allow this evidence to influence what I'm going to say there. I'm not going to say change the curriculum, change anything. This is what the evidence says. Your children who are of this description cannot do this and this. So what's the next step? So we think that kind of engagement will help us definitely. There was just one, before I sit down, DM, there was one finding that was very important to me from one of these researches. It was one where they said schools that are affected a lot by disturbances or something scored a score that was higher than those that were where there was relative stability. And to me, I thought that was that's what we need. What works in that school which looks like dysfunctional when you look at it from outside, but the results are saying something is actually happening there. There's reading taking place there. What do those people do? And what do they do differently? Thank you. I want to sit down. TM, thank you very much.
The item, thank you so much, Dr. Mhaule. Thank you. The item that is coming now is starting at 25 to 1 until 1 o'clock. And now my Orlosi says it's almost 25 to 2. So I don't know how are we going to deal with that item. If there's anyone who has that appetite that I cannot even go back home and sleep if I did not ask a question to the presenters, let's see you. I was a member of another party. Then when they say, Reginah is chairperson, who's Who's disputing that? Then we must see you. Who's disputing that? We're in a general meeting where we elect leadership. Then they say Reginah is chairperson. Is there anyone who's disputing that? So I want to see that person who would not sleep if he or she did not ask a question to the presenters. In the absence of that, Tichi, come give us a way forward.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, Prof, and many profs and doctors who are in the room. I'm not that tall. I know that I'm tall, but not that tall. DM, I thought your analogy of you being the chairperson who's opposed to it is democracy of a special type. Minister has, I would prefer that she's directed, but she would prefer that I say she has advised that anyone who might have inputs would welcome them and would humbly request that you forward your inputs. We only become smarter through your inputs. With our own ideas, we become extremely inadequate. Please forward those inputs. DM, I've been covered extensively by the minister. I've also been covered by many speakers. And I must thank everyone who participated on this program, including you, DM. I've never been educated the way I've been educated today. I must be honest. Number two is that I have great respect and admiration for PIRLS. It's one of the most robust tests, I think, that I have come across. I now appreciate what our learners are going through, Dr. Pulia. I knew this from a distance. We've had an avalanche of expertise unpacking this data, and especially from ELNA, from systemic evaluation. Minister, whilst we were busy here, I was dragged out of the room by one of our paparazzis to talk to some of the colleagues who are journalists. And I said to them, we've never had this coincidence before, where 3 sets of data are just being analyzed. We are taken through the anatomy of an amazing, rich sets of data. And I don't think it will ever happen in any generation to come. And I think we are a very fortunate generation to be exposed to this. And Dr. Mhaule is right. And what I like about him is that he hasn't changed. This is Dr. Mhaule that I know. His examples are drawn from the villages, from households where schools are sharing facilities with goats, which is true. So quickly, I'm going to share what we are expected to do. We appreciate the analysis, amazing stuff that we've received from experts, international, and our own South African experts. We really appreciate that. The line of march from our own minister. So I'm going to try and run fast through this. I'm doing this, Minister, because 2 days ago, I received a letter from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation directed to Director Generals to say the National Development Plan becomes your blueprint to run the affairs of government. Unfortunately, we've been doing this for years, those who've been coming to our meetings. And by the way, teacher unions, next time we are going to take the satisfaction survey to salary negotiations, which is objective, right? The satisfaction level of teachers is 70% and above. So I don't know how we arrived at 7.5%. It's just a joke. Well, the NDP highlights 3 important tasks that we need to carry out as DBE. Number one, as part of the education and training system, we contribute to an education and training system of the highest quality. Number two, we do that by improving learning outcomes. We've received data that I refer to, giving us the state of health of our system. And three, we are expected to perform at the same level, if not better, of countries whose economy is comparable with us, or development is comparable with the development of South Africa. Who are we? In case you don't know, this is who we are. 10 departments of education, 9 plus 1. Dr. Moloi said, naturally our brains are wired in mathematics. And then we've got 75 districts. As you can see, the number of circuits, the number of schools. I want to draw your attention to public schools. 22,589. The number of our schools has gone down from 28,000 to 22. But the number of learners has astronomically gone up to 13.4 million. We saw an increase in learner numbers even during COVID, from 2.6 million to 13.4 million. I'll show that in a while. This is the breakdown per province, and these are the figures that I've referred to. As you can see, 13.4 million from 12.6 in 2019. When people talk about dropout, my logical question is, where is it coming from? Because the data says the learner numbers have gone up. Okay, quickly. This is how we performed, Minister, until COVID. We enjoyed this trajectory, upward trajectory, as you can see, and I think the last test of PIRLS before this one, we remained the same, if I'm not mistaken. And it's only this one that took us down, and we had been going up until this one. Now, there's a big discussion, especially in the public and the social media, about dropout rate. We even provide survival rate. If you look at these figures and take and run them down across grades, it says our dropout rate is essentially between 4 and 6%. If you take this from grade 1 up to grade 12, and we're providing that per grade. Learning losses, the minister covered this. I'm not sure whether I was a thrilled minister when we were at the EWF last week, and all countries without exception indicated that the impact of learning poverty or learning losses was around 70%, including your first world countries. Countries that you would think that learners, when they're at home, they learn through devices, technology and all that, they also reported the same. But I think we must not forget that our system demonstrated amazing resilience at grade 12. And maybe that's why, Minister, we knew that we were going to drop in PIRLS. But the extent of the drop, we did not anticipate, especially in grade 4. with 81% of learners who cannot read with meaning. And all that this slide is saying is that we've never had this before. And Dr. Mhaule is right. We can take selfies with this data, but until we put it to use, the administration is a creature of doers, nothing else. Is a creature of doers. If you are not involved in the action of carrying out things, then these are not going to help you. And I did not even include the National Senior Certificate data, which is rich, and we get it every year. So I'm not surprised that we had showers of rain this morning, although we're told that it's always a coincidence with the release of the PIRLS results. I thought heavens were saying they've opened for us. We've gotten what we never got before. So we're really fortunate. Where from here? And I'm happy that the experts, Prof. Heining, I really enjoyed your sharing, explaining the complexities of reading, that piling books before children does not lend them to good readers. It does not connect the weight with what is in the pigeonhole. You took me back to class. And I must really appreciate what you did here. And all that we are saying, Minister, is that even before we got to plan for the release of these results, after COVID, it dawned to us that there is a need to review our strategy. It can't be business as usual. So we need to review our strategy. And part of reviewing our strategy, I'm going to run much quicker. What is very clear, Dr. Mhaule, from my own understanding, is that things look good in early grades. Elna is saying that, I'm not saying it. And then things also look good in they don't look so bad in terms of PIRLS in grade 6. But systemic evaluation is also saying things look good in grade 3, grade 6, and grade 9. Grade 12 says things look good in grade 12. We need to sustain that. But the reality is that things look very bad in grade 4. It can't be business as usual. We have to move mountains and walk on water. And the blueprint to do that is this strategy, which has been affirmed by many speakers here today. And 4 things that we have decided to focus on. We always had 10 pillars of our reading strategy. The review says 10 is too much. We are all over the place. We are in the middle of the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. We need to find direction. So we are reducing the number of controls on the radar. From 10, we reduce them to 4. And here are they. Reading policy. Number 2, skilled and agile teachers. Number 3, culturally relevant LTSM. And number 4, involve parents and communities to tighten the scope. It reminded me of what my grandparents used to remind me about, that it takes the whole village to raise a child. It was true then, as it is true now, and going into the future. And then I've also indicated that we are finalizing the reading strategy. There are a lot of things that we need to focus on. The best decision, one of the best decisions that ever happened in our government was to relocate early childhood development to basic education. It was mainly for educational reasons, so that we talk about early grade of improving learning outcomes, and so that we have a solid foundation going forward. And some people were arguing, Deputy Minister, that The resources that we invest in grade 12, we need to move them to the foundation phase. It will, don't, that's premature. My own personal and considered view over time is that it will be so suicidal. You don't close the support at the one end of the system and relocate it to the other end of the system. We need to increase focus in all the grades and lay a solid foundation. We need to continue support at grade 12 level. The simple philosophy that I subscribe to is that you don't teach swimming lessons when people are sinking. You rescue them and get them to life and then start your swimming lessons. I hope you get what I'm saying. Now, as I've said, it's very clear the impact in terms of the performance of PIRLS, it's in the African home languages. We have to pay attention in that area. It's not a surprise that Africans and English learners who are offering the test in those languages are doing well. It's not a surprise, it's a historical fact. And we have not changed that historical fact. And the time is now. We will not say that we did not know. Even if we claim that we did not know, generations to come will judge us harshly. We also started using a finance review and costing tool that we worked with UNICEF to come up with. The minister talks about a basic reading pack for every grade, and we need to get that. And the resources, the first port of call is LTSM allocation colleagues from the equitable share. That's where we start. The rest will build on the LTSM allocation there. I know that the minister is very good in getting us more money. She's been able to do that. She's done that over the years that I've worked with. She's done it for infrastructure. I mean, this year we bid goodbye to pit latrines that have been killing toilets. We only left with 700 of them, and we are going to get rid of them. And it started in 2012. Credit goes to the minister. She approached National Treasury and Cabinet and said, give us the resources. And I've had her, in preparing for the meeting with the president, in the last meeting that she had with the president, she said, we need money for reading. And I know when she begins to say that, we are going to get money. But I'm saying LTSM allocation, that's where we start. Right, as I've referred to already, the basic LTSM package, focusing on early years, particularly in terms of home language. And as you can see, we have outlined what we need to do there. Building community and social compact or social capital is very, very important. Whilst I agree, Prof, that the teacher is an indispensable resource that we have in terms of teaching learners to read. But it takes the whole village to raise a child. If the village is not going to sustain our efforts from DBE, from schools and classrooms, then our efforts are not going to be sustained. I'm almost done. Well, rehashing the same thing, multi-sectoral, multilateral mobilization and coordination. And the NECT has been playing an excellent role, Dr. Koza, and I expect the NECT to continue to do that. Systemic support to teachers, TUC, 5 teacher unions, we have to battle this out together. Go out, battle it out, get the requisite resources to provide support to our teachers, and I'm sure we'll turn the situation around. there's a role that curriculum will have to play. Together with Professor Heining, Dr. Mthembu, the head of curriculum, and all other experts to advise us on what we need to do. As Dr. Moloi said, data is there to inform decisions. We have to take decisions. The minister reminds us that the president is saying this year is the year of decisive action. The NDP says we need decisive and courageous leaders. I would always forgive people even if they take wrong decisions, but I will never forgive people who are indecisive, because lives get lost, situations get worse because people don't take decisions. So we need to use this data to make policy pronouncements and even take decisions. The role for subject advisors, as somebody said, circuit managers have got a role to play. These are the foot soldiers that we have in the system. Within a school environment, the school management team have got a specific role to play, apart from teachers as the real practitioners in the classroom. And I like what you are saying, Dr. Moloi, to say things will not happen in Struben Street 222. Things happen. I saw Minister and Deputy Minister marveling as you were saying that. Things happen at the level of the classroom, at school level. Well, the role that professional learning communities need to play, Mr. Parayaki, I think that's very clear to all of us. And Minister, as we're going through these things, I was also thinking about the review of performance work plans, the review of performance agreements. Where are we going to find expression for all of these? What is the role of the learner? The Prof explained how learning happens, how you connect, letters to reading and so on. We need to get people who will be able to get learners to do that. The role of NGOs and HEIs, very important role, in different areas where we need to make an impact. The role of corporate and business sector, which remains in terms of the strategy, but also the role of parents, families, youth, communities, and leaders. I'm almost done, Deputy Minister. Dr. Moloi also said, we have to stop and reflect. Research must tell us whether we are heading the right direction or not. Are we making any impact? Monitoring, innovation, evaluation, and support in terms of system-wide approach remains important. What is different? And I know that many people are waiting out there and say, what are you going to do different? I've already told you, we've narrowed the pillars from 10 to 4. That's the first one. You can edit here. We have reviewed our strategy because it can't be business as usual. And then there is 10 to 4 that I've referred to. We have also shifted focus all the time. We've been directing our resources, extra tuition. The only language that would feature there would be English. And I'm sure we'll be able to say, now African languages as home languages must get parity of esteem. We should not only say it, it must happen. In the way we allocate resources, in the way we pay attention, in the way we reinvent our assessment and so on. So, provision of material, focus on home languages. That's very clear. And this is my last but one slide. I know that the minister likes this slide. I was looking for an updated slide. Unfortunately, I couldn't get it, Minister. This is from one of the PIRLS results that we received a while ago, just giving a benchmark of countries. In case you are colorblind, this is South Africa in blue. I'm trying to, I don't know what's happening to this pointer. That's South Africa. Look at where we feature in terms of effectively non-readers. I think we are among the leading countries there. Look at the basic readers, where South Africa is. I think it's around 15 and 20%. Can you see that? Look at advanced readers. It's below 10%. I hope you can see that. So it takes the whole nation to develop a culture of reading which will get our learners to lead in these national, regional, and international tests. It's a culture that we need to build. The dream of a South Africa we want, it begins with us. Thank you very much.
I heard that Dichi's hands were much louder. So now I'm the only deterrent between you and the lunch. Some are saying, hey, she mustn't talk too much. And I wanted to say something about what Dichi has just said. As I was showing the minister, I was showing her speech in 2013 in Parliament, that the research says South Africa is not a reading nation. She said, hey, was it said by me? I said, yes, it's you. Here's your picture. So, if South Africans are not readers, when I was at the college doing, I can't remember the didactics or whatever in psychology of the child, they said, they learn by imitating. You can't tell them what to do, and if you're not doing it. If you do it, it becomes the culture here at home. If they see mom holding a book, they will want their piece of book and read. So you can't tell them to read and you are sleeping. So, and now I know after this, the negative atmosphere will flow against the Department of Basic Education in South Africa, that at 10 years, they cannot read and write. And even they no longer say 10 years, they say children in South Africa from grade 1 to grade 12, they can't read and write. They can't read for meaning in South Africa. But if, I wish we had this meeting with all the prominent critics of the department. Because education, yes, the department is directing, but everyone is an educator. And the first education, you acquire it from home. And that's the bottom line. So want to, as the Department of Basic Education and the minister, want to thank you all for coming. As Minister indicated, please, I just locked you out that you should not ask questions, but I'm not saying that don't ask questions. I was looking at the time. You were here before 9 o'clock. And I know that you have innovative ideas. We have so brilliant ideas that will help the sector. Write. Don't be afraid to write and send. We'll make use of that information as long as it is valuable and it will help the children of South Africa. So I want to thank all of you and want to thank the presenters, those that are here and those that connected on virtual, and the people that are passively participating on the virtual platform. We also want to thank them just for joining and connecting and be part of this meeting. It's so true, DG. We have learned. We are coming out of this meeting. We are different. We're no longer the same as we came in. We have learned. So even those that have connected, if they said without just bahambe, they are not part of us, then those ones have lost. So all the respondents, thank you very much for the informative and thoughtful, provoking data presented. All the presentations linked to the theme of the seminar, which is understanding the literacy levels in South African context, taking a deeper drive. And we like that thing that you drink with goats. During the days, people getting water there, it's still there in the country. And unfortunately, when our schools are in that area, basic education must provide water. The entire community, they don't have water. But basic education, make sure that there is water in the school, and the school is in the community. And all the sins of everyone else, as long as they have a bearing in the Department of Education, Minister Motshekga must carry the cross of everyone. So as DBE would like to thank all stakeholders present today here, the ICT company, the Up at Home, and the University of Pretoria, CEA, we really appreciate, and all of you. If you're not in this meeting today, this meeting would not have been a success. So lunch will be served there. I think all your eyes have been looking that side, that lunch is ready. There is lunch. So those who are with the minister there at Angazu Jansen or is will spook for, but we go to that Jansen's building. Yeah, he's with us. He looks at us every time we come to his building. It's Jansen's building. So thank you very much. And this engagement, this seminar is by the powers vested in me by the Minister of Basic Education, Mayor Angelina Motshekga, vested all the powers to me, the Deputy Minister, Reginah Mhaule. I say this meeting is officially closed. Drive back home and be blessed. God bless you.